Так, здорово всем. Уже началось, блин. Уже началось. Надо смотреть вообще, блин. Началось, караул. Там какой-то мужик разговаривает. Да, здорово, чувак, я тебя тоже рада видеть. Привет. Кись, блин, подожди. Да, мы на Твиче тебя смотрим, чувак.
50 plus games we're going to be looking at in the form of reveals, trailers, interviews that we've recorded in the last several weeks. Before we get into that, though, I want to take a moment to address the ongoing situation in America. While we're glad to be showing you some games today, there are many, many more people fighting for something far, far more important: the struggle against police violence and the systemic oppression of Black Americans. I and everyone who works on the PC gaming show here, we know that Black lives matter, and this is not a fight that we are willing to stand beside. So what can we all do? There's a great many organizations that deserve support right now, and one of them is the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund at naacpldf.org. If you want to support this and get some great games in the process, hundreds of developers have joined together at itch.io to create the bundle for racial justice and equality. It's a pay whatever you want for the bundle, and 100% of the proceeds go to the NAACP fund.
Нет, не надо, это не мой стрим. Я без очков, да и на Just Dance без очков бываю.
That's at pcgamer.com/blacklivesmatter. Okay.
У него реально рот какой-то странный.
But this wouldn't be a PC gaming show without my dear friend and co-host Frankie Ward joining us from the other side of the internet. Welcome, Frankie, and why don't you say hello?
Мне не нравится, я не хочу переводить, он... О, вот эта Тианочка, она всегда ведущая. По-моему, по крайней мере, предыдущих 2 года точно она вела. Ну, в общем, я не стала, что он говорит, потому что он говорит херню, блин, про это. Я не хочу это втягивать вообще. К играм это не имеет никакого отношения. Зачем это вообще говорить? Да, симпотно.
Thanks, Frankie. And I gotta say, your apartment looks quite a bit more like a music video than mine does. Maybe I should have sprung for better luck.
Блин, у меня лампочка заморгала, и он такой по сторонам смотрит.
50 plus games. We've been talking to the developers, interviewing them for weeks now. And though it looks kind of empty here, I'm not alone. My beautiful assistant and good buddy DevBot. You may have seen him making his way over here. He is awaiting us. So let's go join him and get the show started. All right, DevBot, what do we have for this year's PC gaming show?
I downloaded 50 game trailers and 10
Блин, ну и крепота.
along with a full report of the most secret gaming layer friendly dogs per your request.
Так,
Shepherds rank 4th among all dog breeds.
Oh, well, excellent. Well, what should we play first then?
Scanning. Processing. My readings
50 плюс игр, прикиньте, мы посмотрим. 50 плюс игр.
Well, that sounds great. Then let's kick it off with Valheim, a Viking survival game where you'll fight monsters, craft weapons, build and sail ships on an open ocean, all while exploring a procedurally generated landscape. Show me the game, DevBot.
Downloading Valheim.
О, что-то треугольное, прикольно. Класс. Итак, падает наш викинг, который должен выживать на этом острове, как сказал мужик. Собственно, так это будет и выглядеть. Ну, по-моему, это ужасно, ребят. Есть как минимум какие-нибудь Конаны, там, арки. И вот это вот, что это? По сравнению с этим. Вы серьезно? Привет, Акум. Ну, то, что корабли появляются, вот это прикольно, конечно. Только первую игру показывают такую. Нам сказали, что будет 50 плюс игр. Для бетки можно зарегистрироваться, вон написано. Ну, как-то стрёмненько выглядит, конечно. Просто я не против... в принципе, я не против какого-то говнотрейлера, но надо альтернативу тогда предлагать.
Sean, I've selected the next game for the PC gaming show.
Well, great. What do you got, DevBot?
The game is Torchlight 3, a cherished action RPG franchise that features a number of original playable classes.
DevBot, you wouldn't have chosen this game because in Torchlight 3 you can play as a steam-powered robot, would you?
My game selections are entirely objective and determined by an algorithm that shows the audience only what it wants to see.
Show me the algorithm, DevBot.
The algorithm is proprietary.
Okay, well, let's play the Torchlight 3 trailer, and when we're done, I want to talk to one of the Torchlight 3 devs.
In a world of magic and mystery, will you choose fame? Will you choose fortune?
А что за счет ты где ведешь, типа 3.47? В обратную сторону считаешь?
Explore remote, perilous realms. Battle hordes of ancient, powerful enemies. Unite with others to claim.
Я даже не смотрю, мне это вообще не интересно.
Torchlight 3. Your legend awaits.
Oh, DevBot, please connect me with one of those developers.
You got it, Sean.
Joining me today to talk about Torchlight 3 is Max Schaefer. Max, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here.
Now, Max, Torchlight 2's story began
Так,
with the
Макс,
alchemist from the original Torchlight becoming corrupted and evil. How does Torchlight 3's story tie into the first two?
Well, we're in the same world, obviously. We're about a century later now, though, and the Empire is in...
А, Макс про эту игру рассказывает, понятно.
And they've gotten a little lazy, a little comfortable, and a new threat looms on the horizon. So once again, the adventurers will have to battle the Netherim and all the evil.
Я думала, Макс еще интересного расскажет.
Ну
еще ни на одном ПК гейминг шоу мне показали ничего интересного.
Well, we've expanded quite a bit. Now, first,
ну здесь как минимум должны показать персону. Чат должен сделать пог. Много-много пог.
in the world itself. Like you get a customized fort that you can decorate, that you can build things in. You can do things that benefit your whole account, and you can put things in there that are useful to other players. And other players will see your fort.
Но он говорит, что вы можете вот это все декорировать. Вам это нравится?
Because if you're an action RPG player, you may recognize something like a knight or a mage. But in Torchlight 3, we got the steam-powered robots. We have the rail master that can summon trains.
Зачем смайл мод? Если и так смайлы можно отправлять.
Well, I think that you know, we've always wanted to avoid going like right down Main Street with our character classes and try to do something interesting. But at the same time, we wanted you to be able to look at them and get a sense and get a kind of an intuitive sense of what they do. And so we've applied that here. We've got some really fun characters, like you said, the fully robotic, steam-powered robot. And a guy that summons trains, but we've also got some other cool classes too, a sharpshooter and a dust mage. And you know, honestly, they all have new twists, and they're all pretty fun to play.
In terms of the game world itself, how like specifically do the forts get integrated? What does it mean to stumble across someone else's
убивать
fort as you're going
100-500
through the
мобов
world?
за 2 экрана от себя.
Ну
Ну вон тут про рассказывают про героев. Робот будет. Ну, я не знаю вообще, что это мне не очень интересно. За несколько минут до начала PC Gaming Show в Steam вышла Persona 4 Golden за 1199 рублей. За 1200 нормально. Привет, Прайс.
Now, pets were a big part of the earlier Torchlight games. What type of pet-based entertainment can we expect?
We have expanded upon the pet system. It does all the things you want. It fights alongside you, goes and takes your items back to town to sell. But we've introduced kind of a collection mechanic. So you can find pets out in the wild by defeating bosses and make a whole stable of pets that you, of course, keep in your fort.
Now, Max, I know that the Torchlight series has an enormous
Не знаю, было ли нет, но теперь, мол, животные будут сражаться и приносить и отвозить предметы.
Well, I'm very, very happy to announce that we are available on Steam right now in early access for $29.99. Go check it out. It's available right this minute.
This is the best kind of answer in the PC Gaming Show. You can get it now. Once again, Max Schaefer from the Torchlight 3 team. Thank you so much for joining us.
Да.
Once again, go to
Все,
Steam
порок, она уже
right
доступна в
now to get
Steam.
your
Можешь
hands on the
играть.
early access version of Torchlight 3. We're just getting started here on the PC Gaming Show. Let's take a look at what's coming up next.
You're watching the PC Gaming Show. Coming up later, an exclusive look at the next game from DayZ creator Dean Hall, Blanco's Block Party, the first reveal of Sound Mind, and more. Back to you, Sean.
Уже купил? Ты серьезно? Без капы написал ведь? Я тебе верю.
The walls are very thick in here. I can see you though if you use the PC Gaming Show hashtag on Twitter,
что-то у них поехало.
PC Gamer forums, or a Ouija board, or a Messenger Falcon, whatever is your desired form of communication.
Привет,
I'm sure you've been
Скрэппи.
seeing many of those comments show up live in the show today. And we want your hottest 280 character take that our merry moderators might just select to be on the show. For our next segment, it's time to head on over to Frankie Ward.
Elite Dangerous, the space simulation MMO from Frontier, has continued to evolve over the past 5 years. Set in a one-to-one recreation of our actual Milky Way galaxy, players forge their own path, build and break alliances, trade, fight, and earn the rank of Elite. Join us as we journey into the next era of Elite Dangerous, set to take a giant leap once more.
Какие субтитры, Скрэппи? Прямая трансляция. Ну, пасик. Привет, Лукантроп. Вау!
Joining me to talk about the next chapter of Elite Dangerous is Piers Jackson from Frontier Developments. Thanks so much for joining us, Piers.
Oh, you're welcome. It's good to be here.
Now, I have a lot of questions about the trailer we just saw, but I'm wondering if you can contextualize a little bit for those who haven't played Elite Dangerous. What is it?
So I think the best way of explaining what Elite Dangerous is to understand how big it is. We have created a title that's the most complete, authentic space simulation of any game out there, and it's just vast. It's the whole galaxy. You can explore it. You can take your own path. You can be a pilot, a trader, a bounty hunter. You can do what you want. You can go where you want, and you can do your own thing. And it's that sort of freedom and the ability for people to tell their own story that I think makes Elite what it actually is.
Now, in all the streams that I've been following for Elite Dangerous, there's a lot of gameplay that happens in ships.
Он, короче, пообещал огромную космическую симуляцию, где вы можете выбрать все, что угодно, и быть кем угодно, пилотом или пиратом, что-то такое.
Ultimately, the big new feature that we're looking to release here is the fact that you can now, for the very first time, set foot on our planets. We've created the last edition, really, in terms of going from space all the way down to the planet's surface.
Так, но у него спрашивают, что ожидать, он отвечает.
You can explore, you can interact with the environment, and we've taken the mission-based gameplay and the idea of forging your own path and creating your own experience that the space game has, and we've transposed that right down onto the planet. For the first time, you'll be able to access a whole pile of new planets, all ones with tenuous atmospheres, and obviously you're going to be able to play this in multiplayer, so you'll be able to join up with your friends. You can experience the game from the ship, from an SRV, and finally from on foot.
In what way will this ground, walking on the planet component transform the existing aspects of Elite Dangerous?
I think it gives people
a new set
of experiences to have. We link all the way from ground to the buggies, the SRVs, all the way up to the spaceships.
Вы можете влиять, но как, непонятно. Чем влиять можем? Ну, кто играл, наверное, понимает, может.
Resources or points of interest. What are some of those that might tie back to some of the gameplay that someone would be familiar with?
So we have new planets that you can visit. You can visit old planets, and we have refreshed the visuals on them, so you can really set foot and be the first to actually make footfall on a new planet.
Now, Piers, I have a combo question for you. Elite Dangerous is available right now. Where can players go to play Elite Dangerous, and when can they expect the Odyssey update?
So you can join in with our community now, playing Elite Dangerous. Download it via Steam, or go to the Frontier store, or purchase it on console. We have many people playing it. In terms of Odyssey, you can expect to see that next year.
I hope you all enjoyed that conversation about Elite Dangerous. It's a treat to see the way the
ну
game
это
is
вот вроде он вначале про это
For our
сказал.
next title, we're going to
Вот это, кстати, он сказал типа что-то про в конце.
Not again.
Что можно отправиться на старую планету, а можно, мол, как на новую, и ты там первым окажешься. Так, ну ладно. Кто-то мужика прервал, это оказался. Ля, вообще. Persona Golden 4!
Persona 4 Golden is available now on Steam.
Уже доступно сейчас в Стиме.
Persona 4 Golden is a masterpiece, ladies and gentlemen. The story, the action, the characters, this is something you have to go get right now. It's been awesome to see Atlas games make their way onto the PC. I'm glad this one is finally here. Anyway, I better hand the show back over to Sean before he gets mad at me. See you later, PC gamers.
Если вы это не играли, то теперь вы можете поиграть. Это очень круто. Теперь можно играть на ПК.
Well, all right then. While we get this sorted out, let's head on over to Frankie.
Да, нам Пол тоже уже это сказал.
Our next trailer reveals an all-new psychological horror game coming to PC, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X early next year. In Sound Mind will challenge your expectations.
Красиво. Да, она всегда ведет. Нортяночка.
It sounds like every night before I go to sleep, honestly. The game also features a chilling original soundtrack by the Living Tombstone. Courtesy of indie outfit We Create Stuff and publisher Modus Games.
Я помню, как она в какой-то костюм у цыпленка одевалась. Что-то я все прослушала. Чат читала. Вообще больше ничего про персону, короче, не сказали. Там хоть мужики какие-то интервью давали.
A locked door that traps you inside it. But once you find the key to your terror, fear will no longer exist. What a bunch of bullshit.
Мне не было ничего интересного. Ну, лично для меня. Не Alan Wake. Хотя там тоже по лесу с фонарем ходил, ну. Машины реально, кстати, так же ездят, как в Alan Wake. Я вспомнил, что там был этот... босс, блин, трактор.
Hey everyone, I'm Ido, producer at We Create Stuff. Hey, I'm Chen.
Здорово, Фрэнк, здорово.
We're the developers who brought you Nightmare House 2, and now we're back. We've partnered with Modus Games and the Living Tombstone, and we're working on a new indie horror game, In Sound Mind.
Demo is now out on Steam. Let us know what you think.
Thanks. Thank you.
So hey, DevBot, how did you get here today anyways?
Well, Sean, my sleep state was interrupted when I realized I was late to this year's PC gaming show. So naturally, I panicked.
Привет, Серж. Да кто? Они просто сказали, что они разработчики и работают над этой игрой, и все. И они сказали, что она будет доступна в Steam. И ушли. Так, этот робот рассказывает, как он сюда шел.
Cool. Hey, let's take a look at our next trailer.
Airborne Kingdom loading.
Реально уснуть можно, как тот мужик только что.
Might be surprised to know that I enjoy real-time strategy games, and that's why I'm excited for our next trailer. It's Dwarfheim, a cooperative RTS, where up to 3 players can split up the work of building, mining, and fighting, working together to build defenses, machinery, and traps, train armies to fend off deadly trolls and rival clans. The Dwarfheim demo is live right now on Steam. Let's see what the game is all about.
Ever since the fall, dwarven clans live scattered across Agartha.
Так, Dwarf Frame.
They try to protect what little they have from rival clans. and the vile creatures that roam these lands.
Будет хуже, чем Warcraft. Но он сказал, что здесь вроде как много игроков может быть свою эту, если опять же правильно поняла. Так что это не Warcraft явно. Да, вон кооп. Угу.
Thanks, Sean. And now let's take a look at the lineup of games and game updates coming from indie publisher New Blood Interactive.
Так, New Blood. Это не игра, это типа разработчики какие-то. RTX сон, блин. Хорошо. We love we hate money.
That's quite a lineup from New Blood, and with us now is the New Blood CEO, Dave Oshry, to talk about it. Dave, what the hell was that all about?
Yeah, so we got a lot going on, right? I mean, some guys come out here, they show like some cinematic trailer and then tell you it's coming out in a year. We got 6 games and you can play all of them
right now.
We couldn't afford to do a cinematic trailer if we wanted to, right? So yeah, Dusk, now with mods, check them out at duskmods.com. There's all kinds of crazy a Medieval, now with RTX, DLSS 2.0 is coming, maximum action, new levels are coming, new features, new guns. Unfortunate Spacemen is now completely free to play. It, why not? Check that one out, 16-player co-op, it's crazy, it's like The Thing in space. Faith, of course, if you don't know about Faith.
Now you know.
Ultra Kill, our new retro shooter with style. If you like games like Devil May Cry.
Короче, вы можете сейчас играть в Steam, они бесплатные, но у нас нет кинематографичных трейлеров. И тут много-много экшона.
Where can we go to learn more?
So you can check out Dusk at notfortnite.com, a Medieval at ican'tbelieveit'snothexen.com, maximum action at shootyboom.com. Unfortunate Spacemen at deaderspace.com, that's deaderspace.com, Faith at garylovesyou.com, Ultra Kill at devilmayquake.com,
Закрыли.
at thiefwithguns.com. Yeah, that's all we got. 6 games, you can play them all right now. We love you.
And we hate money.
Thanks, Dave. Let's see what Frankie has for us next.
Зато бесплатный, Серж.
Now tell me, PC gamers, have you ever wanted to rewrite history? Not your browser history, that's easy and absolutely vital, but how about something grander, like discovering America, mastering flight, or inventing the computer a couple of hundred years earlier? Humankind is an upcoming historical strategy game where you'll be combining up to 60 different cultures to create a civilization that's as unique as you are. And as with all of their previous titles, Amplitude is asking the community to participate in the development of Humankind to help make it the best game that it can be. Let's see how they're inviting PC gamers to help build this worldly game.
Десять лет назад мы сделали игру с помощью наших игроков, геймеров. И сейчас мы готовы. Следующий. Humakip. Окей. Теперь я поняла, о чем Тянка говорила. Скоро, да, в 2021 году только.
Well, you heard the trailer. You need to go to opendev.gamestogether.com so you can be one of the very first humans to get your hands on Humankind, Amplitude Studios' upcoming historical strategy game. And now for something a little different, why don't you join me in my chambers? Come on. Come on. Of all the subcultures and communities that make up PC gaming, modders have arguably had the biggest impact. My next guest is Dean Hall, a designer who started out as a modder and eventually helped lay the foundation for two of the most popular genres on PC, survival and battle royale. Let's take a look at the next game from Rocketworks.
Мне с ним как-то не хочется, но уже мы уже пришли к нему домой. Так. Он сказал про выживать и Battle Royale. Уже покупаю. Лол. Задохнулся просто. Икарус.
Joining me to talk about Icarus is Dean Hall. Dean, thanks so much for joining us.
Awesome, it's great to be here.
So, Dean, you're making another survival-focused game. What makes Icarus different from other survival titles?
Well, I think if you think about your first hour,
интереснее, по-моему, это какая-то наркомания. Почему они, блин, в в этих, блин, в скафандрах бегают животные при этом?
So it was really getting back to the roots of what a survival game is and what makes those moments that you get in them really intense and emotional.
If you can just walk me through like the basic loop. If I just open up the game, do I start out on the ship itself?
If you think about the orbital station as your apartment in GTA, you can invite your friends in and prepare for what we call a drop.
Токсично животным-то норм.
And the big challenge of the game And the way to fail it, I guess, is to run out of time on the drop.
Let's say I'm on a 30-minute mission. I have a particular resource I've set out to snatch up. How does the gameplay of that 30-minute period differ from?
Так, ну самое интересное, друзей.
I suppose there were 3 key things that I felt.
Можно позвать друзей посмотреть, но вы ограничены временем, понятно. Есть всего 30 минут на игру.
That allowed us to address scale. So you still can do all the things that you do in a normal survival game, building bridges, roads, all those kinds of things. But you're doing it with a medium term.
Мне болт они вначале речь задвинули.
Pacing in clear direction, which has helped very much by the structure that we're putting around the session. And the last one is really focusing in on those core survival mechanics, which I really feel is the whole reason that survival as a genre connects so emotionally with players.
I guess I was a little surprised to hear that there are 20-minute drops as well as multi-day drops. What are the sort of time ranges we're looking at? Are there different like categories and tiers of drop length?
Yeah, so it really depends on your level as you progress through the game. So early on, we're really just introducing you to more safe environments. So say a daytime drop that only lasts 20 minutes. You're only going to be facing the game during the day. As you progress on, you can take on and get access to prospects that have much longer drop windows, but that means you're getting a cycle of day-night. And night, particularly for most of our biomes, is definitely the most dangerous.
I want to ask a little bit about what failure means in Icarus. I mean, in the trailer there was someone that fell down and you just ominously talked about the dangers of being left behind on the planet. What happens if you don't make it back to the ship in time, die on the planet? What happens?
If you think about DayZ, when you get shot, it's a very binary event that happens and there's nothing you can do, it's just over. And there's a certain charm to that.
Everything's gone.
Yeah, there's a certain charm to that. But I think if we look about...
charm. I like your use of the word charm there, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, like, there definitely is. But I think with Icarus, we've chosen one failure state. If you run out of time on your drop, that character and all its equipment is gone.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make that terrifying. And that's why our tagline is, there are worse fates than death. So it's getting left behind. If you miss your rendezvous window with the orbital station, then that's it. Everything that you've deployed on there, your character and all that progression of that character and all that equipment is just gone. And that's our one failure state. If you run out of oxygen, someone can come and revive you. If you get attacked by this particular animal and damaged, someone can heal you. But if you run out of time, it's over.
I'm curious, I mean, there's so many elements. There's so much ambition. I know there's a lot of PC gamers that maybe feel like you abandoned DayZ.
Так нет, нам от холода, наверное, ты хотел написать.
Those people that you're committed to Icarus.
Well, I think a big thing for me is you know, Bohemia was an existing company and I definitely felt like I was pulling them in a direction that was hard for them to go. And they probably felt like they were pulling me in a direction that I didn't want to go. And it's really been a bit of a struggle for me to develop and not only the studio, but myself as well. There was a whole bunch of things I had to learn. I had to learn many of those things through failure. The solution there was to make sure it wasn't just a Dean Hall game, but it was a game built by incredibly skilled people. And we managed to assemble, I think, definitely one of the best teams I've ever worked with. An exceptional concept team through to a technical and production team as well.
Well, I know there's a ton of people that are interested in my very next question, my favorite question.
Да ничего он вообще про скафандры не говорил, откуда я знаю, какие они у него там.
That was a good question. So we're looking at sometime next year. Our development is very advanced at this point. Our biggest question really is content. So, you know, we're making the game free to play because we wanted to maximize the number of people that play it. And we're acutely aware a number of our former staff are ex-Grinding Gear Games who made Path of Exile, very talented in the free-to-play area. So we're very cognizant of how much content we need to provide gamers. So at the moment, we're really sort of heading into that.
Well, Dean, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
Awesome.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Once again, that was Dean Hall from Rocket Works for the upcoming survival game Icarus. For our next game, let's head to Frankie.
When you're an evil supervillain, it's important to have your own sense of style. What? Evil Cat Sidekicks are so 2019. Evil Genius 2 asks players the question, how would you design a supervillain fortress? Would you build a pool filled with laser sharks, or would you just give all the home appliances RGB lighting? Here's the world-exclusive first gameplay footage of Evil Genius 2, World Domination.
Так, ну... В общем, что-то про злодеев. Ну-ка. Evil Genius 2. Ага. Evil Genius 2. Japan.
We are about to
Всё
see the first
бесплатное.
official gameplay footage for Godfall on PC. Counterplay Games is going to give us a guided tour of the battle for Aperion, and keen observers will notice that this is running in Unreal Engine 5. That's why those shiny sets of armor look oh so gorgeous. You can go on over to the Epic Games Store and wishlist it now, or get more information on Godfall before it releases this holiday season. But for now, let's take a look.
Hello, my name is Keith Lee, and I am the game director for Godfall. On behalf of Counterplay Games, we are very excited to share gameplay with you today, and to offer you a glimpse into the mystical world of Godfall. Please enjoy. Godfall is still in development, so some things will change and improve in the final product, including visuals and performance. Godfall is set in a brand new high fantasy universe filled with heroic knights, arcane magic, and forbidden realms. The world is split up into the elemental realms of earth, water, air, and fire. You play a Valorian knight, a godlike warrior able to equip valor plates, legendary armor sets that transform you into unstoppable masters of melee combat. As you adventure through the realms, you'll get to tear through enemies to challenge a mad god who awaits you at the top. Throughout your journey, you'll find ancient valor plates lost in time, each with their own characteristics and long history. Now let's talk about gameplay in Godfall. First, our team wanted to do something different. We wanted to combine action RPG loot progression with third-person melee combat to create what we think is a whole new genre, the looter slasher. Our game is therefore one part gear-driven and one part player skill-driven. In other words, Not only do we want you to find exquisite
Короче, пока вроде ничего интересного не рассказывает. Про то, что у нас будет броня, какие-то способности, оружие, которое будем находить. Врагов показывают. Вот, у всего будут улучшения. Ну, в общем, ничего такого.
Thank you so much for taking a look at Godfall, and we'll be showing you more
soon.
Now, next up, when PC gamers think of iconic first-person shooters, they think of games like Doom, Quake, and
геймплей пообещали позже показать.
This trailer shows a project that celebrates the proud heritage of sci-fi FPSs while taking advantage of some very modern visual effects, like glorious enemy dismemberment. From Bounding Box Software and Humble Publishing, this is Proteus.
Нет, это разные инди-разработчики. Типичный. Так почему тогда разочаровывает? Ты ожидал чего-то большего? Разочаровывает. Видите, видите, там на геймпаде играют.
I love the look of that last one. Tactics is set to scratch that isometric combat itch that I know a lot of us have been feeling ever since we played Final Fantasy Tactics back in the 90s. All right, but we're not done with Humble Games yet. Their lineup, as it turns out, isn't all that humble. We're going to take a look at 2 more games from them. Project Wingman, a jet fighter game featuring RPG elements and VR support. And rounding things out is Carto from Sunhead Games, a gorgeous top-down puzzler. Let's take a look.
Кто уже Персону 4 купил? Болт, наверное. Я на ПК взял. Да...
Hey DevBot, have you ever wondered what Gordon Freeman's voicemail message sounds like?
Sean, that is an intriguing inquiry. However, something is wrong. I'm receiving an external transmission.
Why does this keep happening, DevBot? What's with the security? Have you upgraded to Service Pack 2 yet?
The transmission is coming from a powerful space satellite.
Greetings, PC Gaming Show. It is I, your supreme leader, Kane. I am commandeering this broadcast to deliver an important mission briefing. You must capture the GDI base marked at these coordinates. This is a strategically significant I'm just kidding. Just kidding. It's me, Joe Coogan. And I can take over this broadcast because I do what I want. Look, you know Command & Conquer has been a major part of your life. It's certainly been a big part of mine. The Command & Conquer Remastered Collection recently launched for PC, and it is an awesome way to relive this classic game with a bunch of new bells and whistles. I mean, who doesn't like 4K graphics, quick matches, and multiplayer or modding, am I right? I personally want to send a big shout out to all you PC gamers who have kept the legacy of Kane alive over these last 25 years. I mean, I live in death, I guess. Thanks for letting me interrupt, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the show. For the glory of Nod!
Я не поняла, зачем он вообще... Он сказал просто о своей игре напомнил.
On its surface, a game about collecting, customizing, and trading, but it's also a highly social playground for creativity. One where you can make your own levels and gather with your friends to hang out, play mini games, and create.
Я думала, он сейчас скажет, ну, смотрите, мы сделали новое что-нибудь в конце, но он так не сказал.
Legend tells of a place where everyone comes together to play and dance and race and shoot and jump and fly with jetpacks or maybe bat wings. And there's lava and a mountain made of junk food. Where you can create your own worlds and have your own adventures where you are in charge. Where you can make your very own games with your very own rules. And all your friends can come and play. Like this one here. Yep, them too. And I don't know what that dude is, but he is cool.
PC Gaming Show называется.
But you see, this place isn't a legend at all. It's a party.
Название моей трансляции не обманывает вас. Именно это мы и смотрим.
The inside look at Blanco's block party is Jamie Jackson from Mythical. Jamie, thanks so much for joining us today.
Hey man, thanks for having me.
I would love if you could just address what is Blancos.
Blancos it's a game about vinyl toys kind of coming to life and where they go when a human leaves the room. But it's also more than just a game. It's a place for content creators and gamers and collectors to come together and hang out and build the worlds and games that they really want to play in. And you can have as many of your friends come and hang out with you as you want. But you could also drop the toys in. So the first toy you can play with is one called it's a shooting mechanic. We got
ну, странный какой-то мотив. Типа ваши коллекционные игрушки ожили, но и теперь вы можете ими играть. У меня нет таких коллекционных игрушек, о чем он вообще?
And then another one is, because Blancos, they all survive on good vibes. That's kind of what powers them. So another one you can do is actually just a vibe collection. And what's kind of super cool is all of those toys work with each other. So you could build a race, and then you could drop some guns in it, and it can be a race, but you can pick up guns on the way and try and knock each other out.
So you have these huge flexible tools, this community focus. We've also seen in games like Fortnite, these in-game events. Are these kinds of things that you think will show up in Blancos as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we felt that from the beginning of development, that Blancos wasn't just this place for players to go and build and create their own worlds, but it was a place for us to be able to share with them different content, whether that's a music concert, whether it's a movie trailer, you know, whether it's something no one's seen yet. But absolutely, that we're definitely thinking about that kind of stuff.
Well, talk to me about the number of different designs. Like, where are these designs coming from? How many are there?
we're not talking about numbers in season 1 just yet, but we are talking about the artists. So we're really stoked we've been able to work with some of my favorites that I've been buying the vinyl toys of over the years. So John Paul Kaiser is a great artist from the UK. I ended up buying some of his toys in New York about 6 years ago, and now we get to work together and bring his toys to life in the game, which has been great fun. James Groman, who I think just kind of really epitomizes vinyl toy design, just those clean vector-based lines. And one of my personal favorites is Pete Fowler, who for me was kind of one of the grandfathers of vinyl toy design.
I know people are going to want more information. They're going to want to know when they can play Blankos, when they can see more. Where do they go for that?
If you want to keep just up to date with things, go and check out blankos.com. You can register there right now, so you can, you know, secure your account name and get ready for launch. We're going to be launching end of the year, so not too far away now, but we're also going to be starting to look for our beta at some point soon as well. So if you get registered, we might be able to get you in that.
Jamie from Mythical, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Once again, the name of the game is Blankos Block Party. Let's take a look at what's coming up next at this year's PC Gaming.
Согласна, Серж.
You're watching the PC Gaming Show, presented by PC Gamer. Stay tuned for more trailers, announcements, and footage. Coming up later, we celebrate the 20th anniversary of A Total War. What's next in Escape from Tarkov? The reveal of horror strategy game, Rogue Lords, and more. Back to you, Frankie.
The PC is the birthplace of space flight action games, and our next project, Everspace 2, expands on that tradition with its gorgeous handcrafted universe. The focus here is on exploration and dogfighting, with alien species standing in the way of outfitting your ship with unique modules, weapons, and devices. And, as we're about to see in this next trailer, combat won't just take place in the cold vacuum of space, but also the atmospheres of planets themselves. Here's Everspace 2.
Да-да-да. Вторая часть. Час уже идет. Все. Вот это мне нравится. Это что, блин, йод этот был? Мне не нравится, как экран трясется. Ничего не понятно, что происходит. Ну нет, иди туда. Туда иди.
If a horse shows up at your door and you don't remember ordering a horse, it's probably best to keep the door shut. One of the coolest things about
Нет,
a Total War
туда
Saga Troy,
иди.
the next game from Creative Assembly, is that it will enable players to experience multiple
Не
different
надо на
versions
меня.
of how the iconic battle went down, including several explanations for what that mythical horse actually was. I'll get the door while you watch the latest trailer.
Peggy 16. Oh, silver-tongued Odysseus. There is only one response to Queen Helen's abduction, and that is war.
In Total War Saga Troy,
Итак, мужик пообещал, что мы здесь сможем провести классные бои. Сражения.
As Odysseus besieged the legendary city of Troy in 3 ingenious and equally devastating ways, all based around prominent theories from throughout the ages as to what the iconic Trojan horse really resembled.
The walls of this city may appear to be mighty, but no defenses are impregnable.
Using gargantuan siege towers, take the fight to the walls. Slaughter the Trojans atop and force them back into their pitiful city.
The enemy are unaware of your presence. Position your troops to retain your advantage once the attack begins.
Sneak troops into the city in a vast, horse-headed vessel fit for the gods. Under the cloak of darkness, use guerrilla tactics to sabotage the unbreachable city gates. Leaving the Trojan warriors
20 человек таких на 1000.
razing the city to the ground.
Their walls have been breached.
Even the greatest defenses cannot stand against nature's might. In a land ravaged by earthquakes, patience is rewarded. Send your troops forward. Troy is yours for the taking. Myth meets history in a war that will define the ages. Experience the legend of Troy this summer.
Victory will make you immortal.
That was a Total War Saga Troy, which we'll get to play in 2021. And hey, speaking of sneaking in big surprises, a master of segue. This year, we've teamed up with Intel to build a legendary custom computer inspired by art, weaponry, and the artifacts found in the game. DevBot, I understand you know your way around a computer, right?
Affirmative. Sean, I have a soft spot for Bronze Age computers.
Well, great. Why don't you tell our audience a little bit more?
Can do, Sean. Behold, PC gamers. This build is centered around Intel's CPU, the 10th gen Intel Core i9-10900K processor. This 10-core flagship CPU is built for maximum game performance and overclocking, especially useful in epic strategy games like a Total War Saga Troy. The build also features a top-of-the-line GeForce RTX 2080 Ti. Also on the Asus motherboard,
Что за реклама? Пыльно у них.
storage and 128 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM. The unit is powered by a platinum certified Corsair 1200.
О, прикольно, у них это сделано охлаждение.
Thanks to 9 RGB fans running alongside liquid cooling. The copper tubing is not only effective at heat conduction,
В
but
горшке.
according to my readings, aesthetically pleasing.
Это, ребята, ПК. Кастомизированный.
PCs are more than specs. They're a passion. When we build a PC, we form a relationship with that piece of hardware. We wanted to show you every step of that process. For this build, we enlisted
Если
a
это можно так
master
назвать
craftsman,
вообще.
Brian Carter, a PC modder with over a decade and a half of experience. PC Gamer and Intel have created a 4-part series following Brian as he created this epic artifact. DevBot, cue it up!
Hey, my name is Brian Carter, and I've been building custom PC mods for over 16 years. I'm working with Intel and a Total War Saga Troy on a very special custom PC project that we're thrilled to debut at the PC Gaming Show. Join me in a 4-part video series as I take you through each stage of the scratch build process. We begin with the inspiration and design phase, where we figure out how to take the amazing design assets from a Total War Saga Troy and functionalize them to house our best-in-class components. like the 10th gen Intel
Прикольно,
Core
конечно.
i9 10900K processor.
Вот это у чела
Then I'll show you
работка.
how I assemble, finish, and test this one-of-a-kind PC. A big thank you to Intel and Creative Assembly for letting me work on this incredibly fun and challenging project. I hope you like it.
Oh, it looks so good, and I have some good news. Episode 1 is available now, and I have even better news. You can win this PC from DevBot's loving clutches. Head on over to pcgamer.com/IntelPC to learn more and enter for a chance to win. And with that, it's time to return to more PC Gaming Show action with the fantastic Frankie.
Last year, Remnant from the Ashes challenged gamers to take on monstrous creatures in a post-apocalyptic world. Today, we're excited to announce the biggest update yet for the game, upcoming DLC that will conclude this thrilling saga.
Так в Total War. Какой киберпанк.
It's time to bring an end to the root once and for all. This is the world reveal of Remnant from the Ashes, Subject 2923, available August 20th on PC, Xbox One, and PS4.
They say hope is what makes us human. Hope also let us think we've won. But the root have another.
Хуановский-то какой.
Another hole we have to plug in our sinking civilization. Maybe the root's not the only thing we need to worry about.
Я, кстати, хз, что это за игра, но, в общем, пообещали какой-то DLC, который завершит эту игру. Может, кто-то играл в это.
The new Remnant from the Ashes content looks fantastic. And you know what else is fantastic? Hearing the opinions of strangers from the internet. Nothing makes my day as much as hearing what's inside your mind. So please use #PCGamingShow on whatever your platform of preference may be, and you just might have your comments show up live on the show. Now for our next title, we have to look at classic remasters. Capcom has been updating the original Resident Evil games, and in the same vein, 2K is now updating Mafia. The original Mafia trilogy is getting a full definitive edition remaster, with the original game, the 2002 Mafia, getting a full ground-up remake with 4K support. We got a brand new trailer for you, so let's take a look at Lost Heaven 2 decades later.
Hey, Tommy, Detective Norman.
Так,
How long you been in town?
ремейк Мафии.
They handed you the Morello case right out of the gate. That's what
Yeah,
the paper
Jason.
says, ain't it? And what's it to you? Case must be getting pretty cold by now. Or you got something might warm it up? Yeah, I might have something. What do they call you, son?
Thomas. Thomas Angelo, sir.
Man, DevBot, after a beautiful trailer like that, I gotta know, do you have any contacts in the Mafia?
Sean, I have left that life behind me. I'm programmed not to form relationships with.
О, у них Егорка из Overwatch
I can call one of the developers of
стоит.
Mafia Definitive Edition.
Well, fantastic. Let's ring him up,
Мирная,
DevBot.
привет.
Joining me to talk about Mafia is the president and CCO of Hangar 13. It is Hayden Blackman. Hayden, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So for people who haven't played the original Mafia, which is a 2002 release, talk to us about this game.
Mafia, the Definitive Edition, is a complete ground-up remake of Mafia from 2002, which is a seminal game that really launched the Mafia franchise. And in Mafia, you take on the role of Tommy Angelo, who is a cab driver that falls in with the mob during the 1930s, actually during the height of Prohibition, in a city called Lost Heaven, which is loosely based on Chicago. And as a member of the Salieri crime family, he really gets embroiled in a war with the Morello crime family. And we kind of explore that story and Tommy's evolution from cab driver to respected member of the Mafia.
I feel like in the last 10 years, we've seen HD editions, remasters that are more graphical updates, but my understanding is that this is far more than just a new coat of paint on a game from 2002. Talk to me about what a remake means.
Everything was rebuilt, so every asset, every cinematic was reshot, and all the gameplay was completely redone. Now, we've kept all the same big beats from the original game. The story is the same for the most part. All the big plot points are there. All the missions are there and represented. But again, everything was completely rebuilt from the ground up in order to kind of meet the expectations of today's gamers and take advantage of today's technology.
The location in pretty much every open world.
Ну, вроде как обещает, что все миссии те же, переделали только, ну, точнее, картинку, всю вообще видос, видеочасть, вся переделана. При этом история осталась полностью та же, они не трогали. Мод с русскими тачками, с москвичами. Как они на фоне Чикаго будут смотреться.
That I think brought a lot of life to it as well, because most of the way that you engage with the city is through driving.
I mean, speaking of rebuilding things from the ground up, I gotta ask you about the cinematics. I mean, they looked gorgeous in the trailer. And I mean, what was the process of rebuilding all of those cinematics?
Он пообещал, что машины будут они будут разваливаться.
So, we have, really great facial scanning and likeness capture technology, a state-of-the-art mocap facility. So we really wanted to take advantage of that for, the definitive edition. So we did go in and we rewrote all the cinematics, again, to add some of that language and add some of that character development and maybe some of that clarity that we were going for without losing the essence of each moment.
Well, now it's time for my favorite question.
Yeah.
When can we play Mafia Definitive Edition, and where can people go right now to learn more?
Sure. So we are looking at an August 28th launch date, and we still, have a ways to go, and we're working on that kind of final polish push right now. But I'm really confident, really bullish in that date right now. If you want more information, you can go to mafiagame.com.
After seeing the trailer, I personally am hyped, Hayden. Thank you so much for joining us at this year's PC Gaming Show. Once again, mafiagame.com. For our next title, it's time to head on over to
Sean, next up, it's one of those games that looks so pretty, we just had to show it to you. Ever wondered what Slay the Spire might be like with Tim Burton at the helm? Well, Road Lords could be the answer. It's been jointly developed by Cyanide and Leica Studio and sees you building a team from storybook psychos like Dracula, Bloody Mary, and Baron Samedi.
Это которым они перед этим показали пошагово.
A job that has my name written all over it. The game is out this October, and we've got a brand new gameplay trailer.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this exclusive gameplay reveal of our new title, Rogue Lords. Development is moving forward, and we are very excited to share some in-game moments and combat.
Да не похоже на Тим Бёртона. Но она типа сравнила, но мне кажется, не похоже. Ну, слишком 2D-шно.
After a terrible defeat years ago, you're finally coming back with your most faithful disciples to wreak havoc and terror in a world unbalanced after your long absence. The combat is turn-based and strategic. You will need to build your set of skills through your run to be prepared for any threat, analyze your enemy's next attacks, and create combos to secure victory. Every skill costs action points. Think how to make the best of them each turn. When one of your disciples becomes vulnerable,
ну, в общем, по классике выбираете героев с их способностями и продумываете каждый свой шаг. В общем, думаю, тут и так все понятно.
You can use souls to play with the interface and change an enemy health bar, for example. This is an expensive trick to use, but very powerful and useful in the most difficult fights. Thank you for watching the video. Stay tuned for more info coming soon. See you next time.
E3 нет, не будет, это вместо E3. Онлайн сейчас идут всякие презентации.
Our next game, Unexplored 2, puts an interesting twist on these ideas. What if your character's demise changed the game world itself, altering it for all of your future playthroughs? From developer Ludomotion and publisher Big Sugar, this is Unexplored 2, The Wayfarer's Legacy.
One called upon to be the next Wayfarer. Will you answer? One tasked to take your place in a long line of heroes. Will you waver? When challenged to forge your legacy out of strife, hardship, and magic, will you be victorious? This is our world. It is your burden. From beyond the gate into the First Valley, there is no return. Will you be ready?
The latest update for Dauntless is the most ambitious chapter yet for this online free-to-play RPG. In Call of the Void, players unravel a mystery surrounding an ancient civilization, culminating in a showdown with a new otherworldly behemoth. And as a nice little bonus, if you go to playdauntless.com right now and use the code PCGamingShow2020, you can get some free in-game rewards. Nice. Let's take a closer look at this update that's available now in Dauntless. This is Call of the Void.
There's still more games to come on the PC Gaming Show. Here's what's around the corner. Take a closer look at Blightbound, the new action RPG from Devolver.
Блин, такой трейлер и такая игра.
Back to you, Frankie.
А нет, это не это. Подумала уже. Ремейка Мафии будет 20 дней, потом выйдет Киберпанк. Ну нормально. Там игру можно пройти за день, наверное.
Produced by a three-person team out of Sweden, this project demonstrates the creative power of independent creators on PC.
О, это что, Firewatch? Это как Firewatch, только ты теперь какой-то лесник. Видимо, который еще и выживает в лесу. Among trees. Ну, среди деревьев, типа.
Now, if you're like me, you've drunk your fair share of potions in video games over the years. But you've probably never stopped to consider the business side of these magical elixirs. In Potionnomics, you're a witch who must save her potion shop from the clutches of greedy loan sharks, bartering and haggling with a slew of demanding customers. Let's take a closer look at this unique fantasy concept.
$381 рубль, это вон та с этим. Так, какая-то хрень про зелья. Каждый выживач нам показывает, как рубят деревья. А как же иначе? Тебе же нужна крыша, из чего ты ее сделаешь? Странно, что вам рыбалка запомнилась. Там явно это не самая важная часть игры. Нет, это не Хардстоун, вообще не похоже.
We spend a lot of time in video games fixated on finding the best, the most powerful gear. But in our next game, Mortal Shell, things are a little different. You aren't scouring a dungeon looking for a +1 sword. You're exploring a shattered world for the remains of defeated warriors that you then possess like a ghost. These are the Mortal Shells, and they're much more than mere pieces of armor and stats. Each one has a complicated backstory, a playstyle, and an identity that might give you mixed feelings about the body you're occupying. Coming later this year exclusively to the Epic Games Store on PC, let's take a look at this gorgeous and brutal action game, Mortal Shell.
I foresaw this. Scratched sigils on the walls. Counted the days until you'd come.
Ага, сразу такие Dark Souls услышали и такие.
Yearning for a glimpse of the unknown. PC gaming show. You seem different.
Мышки прикольно висят.
The consecrated fires revealed cinders and shadows. But beneath it all, no monsters, no gods, only oblivion.
Бета 3 июля. Вот, кстати, бетка это хорошо.
We've gotten the chance to see some of the core gameplay of Mortal Shell, but now it's time to talk about bosses. Bosses are a classic staple of this type of RPG.
И после бетки все такие, не буду покупать.
Instead, it's a constant adversary throughout the campaign. The Hattern is a mysterious figure who stalks the player throughout Mortal Shell. As you grow in skill and master new weapons, so will he. The clip we're about to watch shows the player's very first duel with the elusive adversary. Let's take a look.
У нас трансляция называется PC Gaming Show. Причем тут консоли? Ребят, ну вы хоть это немного думайте, что пишете. Так, ну почти убил. Как будто чей-то стрим смотришь. Ти. А рыба вместо костра.
But the beauty of PC gaming is that one way or another, almost all games find their way to us and are often better off for it. After giving Blade Runner and Turok the remaster treatment, Night Dive Studios is now modernizing Shadow Man, a 1999 cult classic. They're adding in support for 4K and widescreen plus a whole suite of cut content from this dark action classic. Let's take a closer look.
Да, Члентана, мне тоже так показалось. Мне тоже показалось, что там как будто что-то обогануло. Топ-игры подъехали. Переделка топ-игр подъехала, ты хочешь сказать? Переделка топ-игр подъехала. Ремастерить.
I am on a first-name basis with our next guest, as he has been here at the PC Gaming Show 6 years running. From Tripwire Interactive, the president himself. It's John Gibson. Thanks so much for joining us, John.
Sean, it's my pleasure. I'm so excited to be back with you again to talk about so much cool stuff happening at Tripwire.
Yeah, you guys have been doing a lot of stuff, and I just want to kick off by asking...
Ну, чат. Для некоторых такие игры это детство, понимаете? Это лучшая игра детства. Там кто-то балдел когда-то от их игр. Сейчас в такую игру не поиграть, и тут бац, ремастер с классными текстурками. И для некоторых это типа вау. Не говните за это. То, что тут вот показывают.
And we're excited to announce some big news, cross-play between the PC and the consoles, so you can hack and slash your console friends in Chivalry 2.
And last, a game that has been so popular on Twitch. Talk to me about Man-Eater.
Yeah, so we were so excited to get Man-Eater out the door. You know, we've shown it to you guys originally in 2018. We had all that fun with Frankie in the shark suit, which I'm kind of missing. The game is doing great. People are loving it. So much fan love, so many fan videos. We're just really happy to have it out there and people eating lots of humans.
It's such a funny game too. You know, you've talked a little bit about what games, what has been announced from Tripwire Interactive. What's coming up next for Tripwire?
So I wish we could come forward and announce an all-new game, and that would be great, but I can give you a few hints. So Chivalry 2, you know, is in process. It's going to be coming out in the not too distant future, hopefully. Man-Eater, we're taking the community feedback and we're looking at things that we can add to the game. So you haven't seen the last of Man-Eater. And Killing Floor 2, you know, the game came out in 2015. So we're really thinking about what's next for the Killing Floor franchise. So stay tuned.
Well, if history is any indicator, John, I'm sure I'll see you at next year's PC Gaming Show with those very updates. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Sean.
Now, at this year's PC Gaming Show, we've already taken a look at some Epic Game Store exclusives. Mortal Shell in particular looks very promising. But for a sense of what else there is, let's take a look at this.
Нет, не показывали. Вот этого, например, тут еще часть не показали. Покажут или так оставят? Я записала эту игру в первый последний лет 5 назад, по-моему, этот ремастер выглядит ровно так же, как игру запомнил. Но я не скажу ничего. Я не только за эту игру говорю, вообще, в принципе, за все, которые ремастерят.
Blightbound is a 3-player dungeon crawler where you and your friends explore unique dungeons, fighting a terrifying cadre of mystical and monstrous enemies, grab valuable loot, and recover fallen heroes to expand your roster of available warriors. Blightbound will battle its way onto Steam Early Access later this year as an ever-expanding game with new maps, new heroes to add to your roster, and new loot to retrieve through free updates.
Я тоже обратила... Милана, ты выйдешь на меня за... Почему я именно, блин, я читала то, что там пишут, а не тетку слушала.
Each player will choose a hero from one of 3 classes. Warrior. Forge Titan's might! Assassin.
Let me at him.
Or mage.
My greatest power awaits.
Battle a terrifying horde of monstrous enemies and colossal bosses. Each class of hero fulfills a specific role on the team to overcome mounting odds, solve clever puzzles, and synchronize their ultimate abilities to unleash massive damage. Battle through 3 distinct lands, each with several dungeons to conquer, including the eerie Gravemark, the oppressive Underhold, and the precarious Blood Ridge. Steel your nerves and prepare once again to enter the Blight Warrior. We are Blightbound.
Are you viewers at home still thinking about that computer? I know I am. Swoon. Oh, sorry. And now more from the PC Gaming Show.
One thing we cherish about PC gaming is its openness.
Чата, вы думали об этом компьютере? Я лично забыла о нем уже через минуту.
Creators, streamers, developers, stores, and all kinds of different voices to contribute to PC gaming's vibrancy. We've already featured a lot of exciting independent games here today, but in rapid-fire succession, here are 8 more indie projects that we're excited about. Shadows of Doubt is a detective stealth game set in a fully simulated sci-fi noir city.
Так. Восемь абсолютно новых игр, которых, по идее, еще никто не должен был увидеть. Cosmic Hello. Я думала, Милане. Блин, а прикольно вообще. Какой-то детективчик. В бар сходи. Я бы зашла.
Somebody is about to end our lives. Your job is to figure out who and stop them. You already know what will happen if you fail.
Forgotten City, забытый город.
Find your own truth in Paradise Killer, a first-person open-world murder mystery. Play as investigation freak Lady.
Нормально, мне кажется, что это Oblivion. Да, Oblivion, Skyrim, что-то такое напоминает. Опять кетчуп. Ё-моё, сколько кетчупа.
It's my job to scour the streets of Paradise and hunt for evidence. Any one of these psychopaths could have done it. Breathing life back into Paradise won't be easy. When love dies, all that remains are the facts. Paradise Killer, coming soon.
Haven is an RPG about the journey of 2 lovers escape to a lost planet to stay together.
О, слушайте, а мы же играли в эту игру, лол. Мы на стриме играли в это. Но в нее типа вдвоем надо играть, да. Я типа тогда одна играла, мне типа я сама с собой разговаривала, диалог выбирала из-за тянку, из-за мужика. Ну, я говорю, что в эту игру надо играть с кем-то, потому что тут диалоги идут и типа это отстойно самому себе отвечать. Нет непредсказуемости никакой.
In a world where death and violence are inevitable.
Сыграть со мной? Не, я больше не буду. А я уже удалила. Трэш Сейлорс. Реально трэш. Посос. Где ты был, когда я ее запускала? Где ты был?
Is an indie love letter to classic RPGs that lets you experience past, present, and future simultaneously.
Не, понимаешь, Рускотесно, ты как бы видишь ответы, вопросы, нету... Короче, блин, это пососно. Тут даже не фантазии дело. Тебе где понравилось? О, смотри, демка есть. Запускай!
Set in a vibrant fantasy world created in collaboration with RPG veteran Chris Avallone, Alalof offers fast-paced action with a deep narrative, bringing ARPG dynamics to a new level with a skill-based gameplay inspired by great classics and modern masterpieces.
А, рисковый разрыв? Ну окей. Цифра справа.
Weird West is a curious project from the co-creators of two of our favorite games, Dishonored and Prey. Despite its top-down perspective, Weird West carries forth much of the same spirit of those first-person games laid out in a dark reimagining filled with fantastical creatures. From Wolf-Eye Studios and Devolver, let's take a look at Weird West.
The West, the land of opportunity. A place where you can be a hero, a scoundrel, and anything in between. This ain't quite the Wild West as you know it. There are ancient powers at war with each other. Strange entities lurking in the dead of night with their own rules and their own peculiar motives. Welcome to the Weird West.
Нет, не играла.
Coming out here could be the best thing that ever happened to you. If you can survive, that is.
Joining me to talk about Weird West is the president and creative director at Wolf-Eye Studios. It's Raf.
Так, может, он нам что-то расскажет, потому что я не понимаю из этих трейлеров. Ну, типа рисовка необычная.
Very straightforward. What is Weird West?
Weird West is an action RPG that is set in an environment that is called the Weird West, and it's very much of the kind of games that I've been working on in the past, except that the perspective is more like a isometric top-down kind of view.
Yeah, I mean, we've referenced Prey and Dishonored, and we normally think of the immersive sim as first-person games like that. What happens when you try to translate that to that top-down isometric perspective?
There's not much different in the spirit. You will really find yourself at home. It's just that it's a different perspective. So instead of seeing through the eyes of the player, of the character, you have a chance to run a party of people, so you have followers, and you have more kind of like of a strategy kind of view, but the exploration and everything is, you know, is still the same kind of spirit, but with a different perspective.
And you know, in particular for people that maybe haven't played immersive sims, I know that the whole notion of
Блин, как же они рассказывают интересно такую простые вещи, типа такой, да, здесь все будет сверху, так вы будете видеть сразу всю команду, это будет для вас так стратегически важно. Типа, блин, а серьезно? Никогда бы не догадалась.
And then there's an objective, which is, for example, go inside this house and frame a character by putting a letter that he did not actually truly write, but you put it there so that the
Блин, по качеству не ко мне вопросы. Я не Twitch.
Stealthy way, which would be what you would imagine people would do. So probably use a power and put people to sleep and then get inside.
You've talked about the different things that you can do as a player in the game, but who are you? What can the player do to shape who the character is over the course of the game?
Right, so this is a very good question and also a very dangerous one for me.
It's the riskiest question yet, man.
To make it simple, you are going to play 5 different characters. Once the main quest is over with the first character, you go to the next one. Now, the first one is still in the world, so you can go back and recruit him or her in your party.
What does death mean for you and for your companions in Weird West?
It's a risk that we're taking. We're gonna have different modes. There's the super hard mode where you die and you're dead.
Is the game sort of designed to be like playing in one forward timeline? If someone dies, you're not supposed to reload. You're just supposed to continue to play within the same world?
Yeah, you continue to play with the same world, but now the sad thing is that that doesn't apply to your followers. Yeah, the characters that are with you, but maybe they'll come back at you someday.
Типа есть 5 персонажей, за которых за всех дадут поиграть, но при этом, если ты умрешь, ты продолжишь в этом же мире, и там останется мертвый персонаж.
Now, Raph, when can people get their hands on Weird West?
So the game ships in 2021, but some of you are gonna have a chance to play a demo actually pretty soon in the incoming months. You can follow Wolfeye Studios on Twitter, and as well as Devolver Digital on Twitter as well, for more information about that.
Well, wonderful, Raph. Thank you so much for coming out. Once again, that is Devolver Digital, Wolfeye Studios on Twitter for that upcoming demo. For our next game, believe it or not, yet again, we're going to go to Frankie.
Sean, I don't know about you, but there are times I wish for a simpler life. A life spent as a farmer in a humble JRPG village, where all I have to worry about is which vegetables to plant, what to name my chickens, and which of the dozen townsfolk I should propose marriage to. Our next game is a return to that simpler life. From XC Games, this is Story of Seasons, Friends of
Ферма, короче, какая-то. Да. Она мечтает о даче, о огороде. Story of Season. Привет, студия. Ой, смотрите, свадьба. Как мило.
Marvelous. I'm so happy you're sending in your reactions, your memes, your takes of various temperatures throughout the show through the wonderful Magic Emotion graphics. You can even read them before your very eyes right now. I'm delighted by so many of them. Furious at a few, but I'm confused by none because you're just making a lot of sense today. We're in the home stretch of the show, so please continue to let us know which PC games you're excited about by using hashtag #PCGamingShow. Now, when it comes to genres, there are few as ambitious on PC as the MMO. It requires a vast amount of resources to create a rich, living, breathing world to entertain hundreds of thousands of players for years, and I know this because I watched Season 1 of Mythic Quest. Due on closed beta on July 23rd, Amazon Games' New World aims to deliver that vast open world with pitched battles of 100 players. I'm excited to announce today that if you pre-order New World right now, you can get into that July 23rd beta a full month before the full release on August 25th. This is New World.
Так, а где люди вокруг? Что-то ты где себе много игр насчитал.
Undergone some big changes since its first reveal in 2018, Twin Mirror, the studio's next game, is a psychological thriller that follows investigative journalist Sam, who returns to his hometown in West Virginia.
Амазон, где графоний. Амазон, что за фигню ты придумал? Так, вот это мне нравится. Снова какое-то расследование. Мне нравится расследование.
Peaceful tops that list. Until that day.
You're the one in the driver's seat, Sam. I can't make you do anything. Coming back to Basswood was your idea. Just try and make sure you don't do anything stupid.
I know you think that the only thing waiting for you down there is her. You might be right. The good news, though, at least you don't have to do it alone.
You may have seen Metal Hellsinger announced earlier this week,
Ничего не
and
понятно.
today we get the opportunity to take a closer look at this unique game that the studio bills as a rhythm FPS. Published by Funcom, you have to battle through 8 hells, blasting demons to a heavy metal soundtrack. And to talk about one of the most epic encounters in the game is the creative director at The Outsiders, David Goldfarb. Take it away, David.
Thanks. And let me say it's a pleasure to be here. And I think right now everybody needs some games to give us a break from the reality that we currently inhabit. So that's why we're here now. So what you're about to see here is an exclusive peek of some pre-alpha gameplay of our upcoming game, Metal Hellsinger. I hope you like it.
На Doom похоже, да? Хотя только с них ничего не сыпется, по-моему. И пушка одна. Пушка одна. Еще так перезаряжается постоянно. Здесь где-то должна быть я, которая кричит: да крёманая перезарядка, сколько можно? Меня тут стреляют. Быстрее. Хелсингер. А вот эта тянка, она похожа из... блин, как она?
Hello everybody, Felicia Day here, and I play the magician in the Dungeons of Nahelbeck, The Amulet of Chaos.
Diablo.
The Amulet of Chaos is a fun and silly tactical RPG that's coming to PC later this summer. It features a group of adventurers searching a dungeon for treasure. Each one of the characters has their own skill sets, or lack thereof, fighting styles, and inventory. Each one is kind of a failure, but together, they're too dumb to fail. The game doesn't take itself too seriously. It has lots of in-jokes for tabletop games, and for some reason it features a lot of chickens. Anyway, here is an exclusive preview of The Amulet of Chaos.
You again?
Да не, Жапен тут всегда так резко переходят. Итак, значит, будете исследовать мир за вот этих чуваков.
Guards, guards! Dispatch these smelly bushwhackers! Zibat relic, hizbat!
Шедевр для вашего смартфона. Победа! Изи вообще, изи, изи. Dungeon of Nahelbeck.
Who says you need water to go sailing? Our next game, Red Sails, puts you on a boat in the middle of a sea of desert. In this intriguing narrative adventure, you rescue stranded people while looking for the rest of your clan. Let's take a look at Red Sails.
Облачка. Я подумала, что это песок. Но, блин, вот показывают катание, вот типа, ну что, как меня катание на лодке должно заинтересовать?
So DevBot, do you have any access
Что за
to medical
дресня?
programs in case I, bump my foot against some of these
Творожок.
unforgiving walls?
Молочные реки. Да где там приключения? Приключения это когда что-то происходит, а здесь просто чувак ехал, даже не показали, чтобы что-то произошло. Какое здесь приключение?
My analysis shows that Surgeon Simulator 2 contains all the vital instructions for repairing fragile human bodies. 1 hour of Surgeon Simulator 2 is equivalent to 1 year of human medical school.
That's not true, but I appreciate your enthusiasm and thirst for knowledge, DevBot. And I'm certainly interested in this game. So let's take a look at Surgeon Simulator 2.
Так, и что здесь новенького-то во второй части? Я не играла в первую, не знаю. Верните киску, не хочу трэш смотреть.
Joining us to talk about Surgeon Simulator 2, we got Mark Pick on the line. Mark, thanks so much for joining us.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Давайте посмотрим на этого человека, который руководил этим проектом. Ведь именно об этой игре надо поговорить, а то мы ничего не поняли.
And we've really kind of blown it out to brand new epic proportions. So in the original game, you're just one arm kind of moving around on one table. In the new game, you're actually a fully limbed surgeon moving around for the first time in the series on 2 feet. In the original game as well, yeah, right. What an innovative feature in 2020. In the original game as well, you were limited to just surgery, whereas in Surgeon Simulator 2, there's a whole plethora of brand new mechanics, challenges, and gameplay elements to explore. You're not just looking over one patient's chest cavity anymore, but you're actually exploring a fully fledged medical facility.
Can you maybe tease a little bit of some of the other, perhaps, medical operations that I get to perform in Surgeon Simulator 2?
Yeah, so there is 12 operations in the game.
Ну, он сказал, про сюжет не сказал, а то, что здесь какие-то задания будут, которые можно выполнять. Не то, что вы что-то одно делаете, а вас...
Through this kind of lens of like a Willy Wonka's chocolate factory vibe, like you're never really sure what's going to be around the next corner, and what new twist or what dark machinery you're going to come across next. So players are going to come across everything from like surgical vending machines, over-engineered operating theaters, automatic patient dispensers. My personal favorite, which is actually an improvised cannon, where you can actually
Мне кажется, в коопе это все-таки смешно будет.
To your fellow surgeons on the other side of the room to keep operating on Bob.
Now, Mark, I understand that there is a creation tool in Surgeon Simulator 2. What does that entail?
Yeah, that's right. So, in keeping with the variety and the surprise that we talked about before, in Surgeon Simulator 2, we're proud to announce that we are bringing the Bossa Labs creation mode to the game. Now, in creation mode, you as a solo player or in a group of up to 4 players can get stuck into the very same tools that we as designers and developers use to build our very own story mode. It's an easy to use, intuitive, friendly set of tools where it's as much fun to create as it is to play.
So I want to ask, what are some of the examples of the types of levels, the types of creations that people have made?
That's a great question. So we've been live for the last few months already. The wealth and the variety of content made by players so far has been really incredible to see. So there's been everything in there from traditional takes on surgery, like the end of the original game. We've also got ghost ships in there. We've got bowling alleys. We've even got a take on the Surgeon Olympics, where people are bouncing around Bob's head and using that as a ball. And then we've got my personal favourite, which is the kind of the take on the bottle flip challenge. So I don't know if you're familiar with that, but where you can kind of flip a bottle with the hand and kind of, it's not the easiest thing to do with the Surgeon Simulator hand. And you just kind of step back and see the physics chaos play out, and it's a lot of fun. It's very satisfying to see play out.
Mark, I had a blast playing Surgeon Simulator 1. When can people play Surgeon Simulator 2, and how do they get access to this creation workshop you've mentioned?
Surgeon Simulator 2 is coming to the Epic Game Store in August 2020, and you can pre-order that right now.
Чтобы самому выдвинуть, чтобы играть, чтобы... Но он говорит, что это будет весело играть с друзьями.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us today.
Да.
Thank you.
That's Mark Pick. I'm Sean Plott. Let's go to Frankie Ward.
Предыдущий симулятор был реалистичнее. Но здесь, видимо, больше всего добавили, может, из-за этого типа упала реалистичность. Больше всяких. Двигающегося, отрывающегося.
The Last Campfire is an adventure game, a story of a lost ember trapped in a puzzling place, searching for meaning and a way home. Let's check it out.
Маленький потерявшийся, неизвестно что, который ищет что-то. Так вот, куда делся мой носок? Блин, какая жиза. Это мой ЖП. У тебя черный. Каких-то мобильных игр. Ребят, ну, это Индия. Нет никакой финансовой поддержки. Ну, у каких-то студий, может, какие-то от прошлых проектов есть денежки. Сами подумайте, вот вы бы до хрена какую игру сделали.
Because in a moment, I'm going to be speaking to one of the game's developers about what's coming next, and that includes a spicy
Я зевать начала. Но некоторые игры выглядят, в принципе, заинтересовывают некоторые все же. Нет, Драгон. Блин, у тебя нет... Ты так говоришь... Твою логику можно передать, как... Если бы у меня не было бы денег, я бы не пошел на работу. Типа, потому что на работу надо пройти комиссию, там, заплатить, что-нибудь такое. Ты, блин, учился на это, у тебя мечта создать игру, у тебя есть идеи, вы лох. Спасибо, блин. Это русская игра? Ну, здесь написано управление на английском. Оба, что-то подвисло, по-моему. Минус FPS. В холодильнике кемпер сидит. Да, это Тарков. Блин, ну вот сейчас... На буквы они классненький музон запустили. А, вот он кто такой Буянов. Я не знала. Я типа не слежу за Тарковым. Теперь понятно, почему там «Вылох» написано. Слышь, ты чё, на каком ты языке говоришь? Давай на русском, какого хрена? Extract points, and you need to actually save your life and save your gear and your loot. And if you die, you will lose everything.
So how does the new map compare to the existing map set in Tarkov?
It will be the biggest and the most detailed.
Ну, я думаю, тут не стоит пояснять, в чем заключается геймплей Таркова.
Undergrounds. It's like an attempt to simulate the city, the realistic modern city.
So give me a breakdown of what's coming up in this upcoming patch 12.7.
12.7 is more like a technical patch. It will include the big addition called the expansion.
Ну, Элмит, смотри, геймплей, в принципе, и так всем известен, а он показал новую карту. Почему нет? Отрывочек.
totally like overhaul the whole skill system. And there will be new boss called Senator. This boss will able to heal his partners and like search for stashes. So we always try to bring something new in terms of new bosses. Really big amount of cool features out to come this year. We'll try to bring some new experience.
Что они там делают? Ну, выходят, лутаются и выходят. Можно умереть и потерять лут.
So once again, escapefromtarkov.com to check it out. And Nikita, thanks so much for joining us.
Там типа все можно собрать: еду, прицелы, оружие, кучу всякой хрени на оружие, ключи находишь от каких-то комнат, можешь открыть эти комнаты, сходить туда, там, я не знаю, что там, наверное, тоже какой-то лут. Можешь что-то продавать ненужное, покупать нужное, ну, в смысле, игровая там валюта внутри игры. Можно, конечно, и за настоящую.
You and your friends are human guinea pigs, involuntarily recruited to test advanced methods of brainwashing and mind control. Good times. But work
Мне не интересна такая игра, поэтому не играю.
The Outlast Trials.
Наконец-то, блин, музончик потанцевать, блин. Давайте. О, хирург какой-то. Нет, это уже не похоже на хирургию. Я ошиблась. Опасно. Это больше камера пыток. Какая-то. Жесть. Какая музычка веселая. О, это в голову вживили камеру, серьезно. И это Атлас теперь такой, с камерой в глазу. What the fuck? Блин, вот проблема в том, что мне вторая часть не понравилась. Типа первая классная, вторая вообще дерьмо. Я теперь даже не знаю, типа, что там будет вот в этом. Даже не знаю.
Perfect World, Funcom, Frontier Developments, Exceed Games, Atlas, Intel, All In Games, Humble Games, Sega, Amazon Games, Merge Games, Tripwire Interactive, and the Epic Games Store. Without your support, we would not have had the opportunity to put on a show for the greatest platform, PC gaming. Now, before I say goodbye, I want to give a warm thanks and a chance for my co-host to say goodbye. Thanks again, DevBot.
Да я не знаю, типа о какой-то игре, я не запомнила название. Я не могу запомнить название 50 игр. А, вы про ту, которую я играла или что? Или тут какая-то была? Я играла, да, в Titanfall 2. Про 50 плюс игр не люблю. Не, где? Я тебе сейчас объясню. Там во время, когда нарезку показывали игр, нарезку игр показывали, там промелькнули игры, которых которым не дали вообще сколько-то время.
Coming up next is the Future Games Show over at twitch.tv/gamesradar, where you'll see more exclusive reveals.
Там что-то про Мидбой мелькнуло еще где-то. Поэтому в каком смысле? Спасибо тебе, мужик, тоже. Спасибо. Мы тоже были рады тебя видеть в качестве ведущего, чувака.
Hello, world, or rather, goodbye, world. These are the credits. Run credits.exe. Load credits.bat. Open credits.y.
Блин.
You get the idea. These are the humans who help me make the show.
Робота, мне кажется, можно было, конечно, получше сделать. Какой-то стрёмный вообще.
Who is that? They are not in my database.
И анимация стрёмная. Он не милый, блин. Типа, роботы всегда милые, а этот не милый. Такой шоу, такой робот. Так, я не знаю, есть ли...
HMU, kids with their acronyms, am I right? I just hijacked all of these people's computers and found...
Будет еще какой-то Future Games Show. Future Games Show. А что там за игры будут? Мне вот интересно. Насколько стоит это смотреть? Нифига, у них счетчик онлайн, прям на моих глазах вот так вот цифры крутятся, как народ заходит. На трансляцию. Никогда такого просто не видела. Особенно на своей. Да, знать бы, что там за игры будут. Хоть какую-нибудь инфу, а то, может, вообще не стоит смотреть. Так, ну, блин, проблема, в чем проблема PC Gaming Show? Потому что нам показывают всегда кучу игр, но это трейлеры. Трейлеры это, ребят, зачастую ты такой вроде бы где-то вау, а где-то наоборот не вау. А потом окажется, где не вау, в итоге прикольненькая игруха, а где был вау, вообще говно полное. Вот, и... Там, где нам показали геймплей, там, ну, лично для меня, наоборот, неинтересно было в этих играх геймплей посмотреть. Вот, но что бы я купила бы, О, я вижу русский комментарий. Тут опять эти трейлеры показывают. С этой игрухи. Привет, Радон. Что бы я купила бы. Персонку можно, потому что я не играла на плойке, of course. Но опять же, это не новая игра, да. Мне кажется, я бы в Мафию бы поиграла, потому что я тоже не играла в первую Мафию, и именно, мне кажется, ремастер это как раз то, что нужно, чтобы поиграть в первую. Ну, лично для меня. Для человека, который не играл. Outlast, maybe. Я говорю, что с Outlast'ом есть проблема с тем, что играла в первый, мне понравился, второй не понравился. И я не знаю, что как бы в итоге ждать от третьей. Не скажу, что жду, но я посмотрю, что это будет. Все, кончилась трансляция. И может быть... Может быть и будет что классного. Тут так сделать. Блин, я надеюсь, меня за их музыку не забанят. Визаж. А, это которая... Подожди. Это где Тянка с мужиком катаются? Да, если это, то я уже играла в нее. Ну так, чуть-чуть поиграла. Персона не локализована на ПКшку. Блин, слушай, мне кажется, на персону завезу перевод какой-нибудь... какие-нибудь, которые постоянно переводят, там вот от Зок или Толмач, я не знаю, сейчас переводят или нет. Но мне кажется, от них можно как раз на эту игруху ждать. Ужас, хоррор, визаж. А, тогда я не играла. Сейчас гляну. Блин, что-то ужасно выглядит. Steam. Ясно, понятно. Только в чем прикол? 2018. Странные трейлеры, вообще нету геймплея. Ну, блин, я буду иметь в виду... что такая игра есть, но я... Хз, посмотрим. Как игра в раннем доступе. Дата выхода 2 октября 2018. А, вон внизу написано игра в раннем доступе. О, ну все это да. Серьезно, блин, за 2 года до сих пор ранний доступ? За 2 года ранний доступ? Это как Тарков. Привет, там чат закончилось, да. Так, давайте я пока отойду, наверное, до трансляции, ребят, осталось 3 минуты. 3 минуты. Я пока отойду по делам, вот, что-нибудь пожрать еще, и вы тоже, наверное, можете. Блин, одевать наушники на мокрую голову было ошибкой. У меня вся укладка попортилась от наушников. Так, ну чё начинаете? Алло, минута осталась. Future Games Show. Знать бы, что они тут показали бы. Может, есть какая-то инфа, может, нет смысла смотреть. Типа какая-нибудь дресня будет. Минимум 30 игр от Curve Digital, Deep Silver, Devolver Digital, Hi-Res Studios. Ну, я не знаю, тут, короче, куча студиос много перечисляют. Знать бы, что это за студии. А не очень понятно. Square Enix, кстати. Единственная знакомая мне студия. Паладинс, не знаю, что это. Видела, но не знаю, насколько это... это мне не интересно было. 30 игр. 30 плюс игр. А, да, точно, на Overwatch было похоже. Во. Да, точняк. Да куда ты лезешь? Надо было убрать, сходить. Блин, они опаздывают. Вообще-то. Блин, ну это какие-то старые игры, краб. Знаешь, такое себе для сравнения. Такое себе. А есть что-нибудь поновее? Я провода грызла. Да блин. Ну ее в жопу. Ну, в смысле, не в прямом, конечно же. Так, ну-ка еще. Здрасте, чё пришла? Я поняла. Ну, короче, здесь, значит, будем тоже такие игры наблюдать. Да... Подожди. Уйди, это моя еда. У тебя есть еда? Ты заколебала просто, честное слово. Чё тебе надо, блин? Индюшки. Ну, не то чтобы индюшки. Я просто помню, My Friend Pedro прикольно очень выглядела. Ну, прям... Хоть и такая... Там очень интересный геймплей был заделан. Мега интересно. Чё? Легла, блин, легла на коленку. Блин, ну можно вот так лечь? Но мне неудобно. Лежи вот так. Забавная игруля. Там это на спидранах ее гоняют, эту игрулю. Русский вперед. Такое ощущение, как будто, блин, половина русских в чате этой трансляции. Столько я комментариев вижу. Да блин, ну чуваки, нехорошо опаздывать. Вообще-то, вас тут ждут. В смысле, половина? Половина 12-го? А, они, блин, походу в 12 теперь начнут. Они перенесли, я так поняла. Так, ладно, сейчас, может, что-то это посмотрим. Вы слышите, как она урчит? Давай, R2, спокойной ночи. Кстати, написано, что Outlast будет кооперативная. Кстати. Ну все, значит, кто-то будет косячить просто. Ты, значит, такой классно играешь, а кто-то за тебя будет косячить. Ну, найс придумали. Я не слышу. Да тоже я не знаю, откуда вы там можете слышать. Тото командир заполнился. Чтобы убежать от медведя, нужно бежать быстрее союзника, а не медведя. Так, понимаешь, в Outlast'е надо быть очень тихим и не попадаться на глаза. Так что проблема в том, что твой союзник может накосячить. И вместо того, чтобы одному тихо пройти, вам придется убегать вдвоем. Она начала вот так делать. Вообще-то больно. Прекрати. Кооп убивает атмосферу. Блин, вот мне что-то кажется, что для Outlast'а кооп не нужен. Я не против коопов, но не для Outlast'а. Да хватит. Когти-массаж в одну точку, ну такое себе. Нет, не пробовала. VR, у меня нет VR. Все, належалось. О, кстати, ну-ка, дайте я посмотрю в Стиме персону. Так, магазин. Ну, там чат, мне, например, я вот в коопах из таких игр играла третий Saints Row, вообще великолепно. Я и она играла в коопе. Жапен написал в Стиме. Я вас категорически приветствую. Вот, потом Кейн Лич, вообще великолепный для коопа, просто наилучшая игра. Четвертый скучный был. Там такая прокачка, что я прокачалась, и мне стало скучно играть. Короче, в четвертом атмосфера убилась как-то. Так, поиск по магазину. Персона... О, она прям сразу первая. Вот она. А здесь трейлер побольше будет, может, минута 12. Нет, по-моему, то же самое. Да, тот же самый трейлер. Русика нет. А чё в Digital Deluxe входит? Артбук цифровой и цифровой саундтрек. Ну, блин. Если в магазах где-нибудь был не цифровой артбук, то было бы прикольно, мне кажется. У меня есть вот к некоторым играм, у меня есть цифровые хрени, но честно, я вот, по-моему, на каком-то стриме я смотрела к какой-то игре. По какой-то игре мы артбук смотрели цифровой. Но так особо, блин, про них даже и не вспоминаешь, что они у тебя есть. И за это надо будет 300 рубасов отдать. Уже есть это. Несмотря на то, что она только вышла на ПК.
As you guys can see, I'm missing my left eye.
Чуваки, как вы вообще не вовремя начали какую-то фигню говорить. Персона хорошая музыка в любом случае. Надо с 5-й. Чё с 5-й? С 5-й. С 5-й начинать играть? В смысле, как надо? Музыку и стиль 5-й лучше. В смысле, надо с 5-й начинать, а 4-я? Можно пройти персону 3, она на русском. На эмуляторе, да? Они же почти не связаны. Уже, блин, отзывы. Ну, конечно. Сега. Но, блин, конечно, надо либо русик ждать, либо самому сидеть, вот, короче, переводить, где непонятно, сидеть с переводчиком. Потому что иначе, блин, хрен в меня поиграешь. Тут это важно. Кроме персот вельветовой румы в играх общего ничего нет. Ты чё, блин, специалист, что ли? Чё ты предлагаешь? Играть только в 5-ю? Спитфайр он уже купил 4-ю в стиме. Не знаю, он, наверное, уже ушел со стрима спать. Ратон перелогинился. Так, 12 минут, 12 минут, 12 минут. Так, что еще бы посмотреть? Мне вылезла реклама по лечению спины. Интересно очень. Я вроде не жаловалась на это. Переход с телефона к компу. И шо она хорошая. 5-я это визуально-слуховое порно. А 4-я хуже. Как мне нравятся эти споры. Обожаю споры в чате. Нет, моя котейка только моя. Игра с котейкой. Да все смотрят только на Кисю. Блин, тут трейлеров столько было, и никто вообще внимания на них не обращал. Котейка смотрит, кстати... Нет, она в чат смотрит. Она читает вас. Я на меня смотрит, а не на тебя. Я на меня? Что? Сейчас, ну, Кисюнь, будешь в камеру смотреть, а? Сюда. О. В камеру смотрит. А, подвигивает. Налево, направо, налево. Ой, направо, налево, направо, налево. Налево! Все. Как же мало надо для кайфа. Так, что еще? Что еще? Among Trees. Да ничего про Among Trees тоже непонятно, я вот долистала. Кто-то в чате видела, писал. Людям не намного больше. Чё б тебе надо было почесать? Кисику просто гладишь, чешешь и все, и хорошо кормишь. Не, мне по голове нравится только если вот этой штукой такой. Но мне нет такой. Это самому себе можно делать. Что угодно, главное, кто. Ого. Прям все, что угодно. Прям все, что угодно. А, вот это мне, по-моему... А, ну не то чтобы понравилось. Фиксельная хрень. Ну, хватит грызть провода, ну, блин. Ты так хорошо там лежала, ну, что началось? Не надо грызть мне провода. Иди на свое место. Все, вернулась. Обиженная. С бантиком? Ну нет, не бантик. У меня мячик на веревке. Такой пушистый. А не бантик. Ну, просто куча мячей. Блин, причем самое забавное, у меня по квартире ни одного мяча не валяются. Они все где-то заныканы. И вот когда ей надо поиграть, она их сама достает, хер пойми. Вот я не знаю, откуда она их достает. Специально я найти не могу эти шары. Кстати. Написано плавание по песчаной пустыне. Кто мне говорил, что это зефирки какие-то и облака? Написано песчаная пустыня. Шкаф, диван. Так прикол в том, что там нету. Я пыталась искать шары, я их не находила, мячики. А она потом лезет и достает их. Провода грызть из шариков, что... Да нет, она грызет, когда, блин, жрать хочет, но прикол в том, что еда у нее есть. И вот надо... Единственный способ это реально пойти и ну хоть что-то насыпать. Такой бред вообще, конечно. Я просто пытаюсь как-то, может, перевоспитать, не знаю, чтобы она перестала это делать, не выклянчивала. Можно было бы повесить на шею микровебку, только в нашей стране их нельзя купить. Типа, могут это... Ну, можно GoPro присобачить, но у меня нету GoPro. Ну, вообще, в принципе, на собаках я видела... Бывает это... Снимают видосики. Трансляция PC Gaming Show. Коротко. Тяжеловато. Ну, на кошку, да, на собаку. Не, я серьезно, вы видели, я под конец сама зевала, сидела, несмотря на то, что я вроде бы разговаривала там и все дела. Но, конечно. Причем очень много пустого было сказано. Они такие говорят, вроде бы кажется, сейчас расскажут что-то об игре, а сами сидят такие, ну, вы никогда такого не видели, мы хотели сделать так, что никогда такого не было, и поэтому у вас будет вид сверху. Мы такие, да, вот это да, вот никогда такого не было. Ух, чувак, круто. Я бы чисто просто трейлеры нон-стопом бы посмотрела, и было бы окей. Но, кстати, на E3, когда я смотрела E3, я не смотрела их трансляции, я смотрела и трейлеры потом. Или я без стрима смотрела, чтоб не так это... Не сидеть, чтобы еще что-то можно было делать. Жара пипец. А у меня сегодня прохладный денек. У нас полдня тучки были, видимо, не так накипело воздух. И прям хорошо сегодня. Приятненько. Так, что там? 2 минуты, ребят, ё-моё. Silent Hill? Я откуда знаю? Я откуда знаю? Что за вопросы такие? Я что, разработчик Silent Hill, что ли? Или будущее вижу? Да нет, я не из Питера. В смысле такой вопрос? Ты уже спрашивал у меня, я тебе говорила, что я не из Питера. У меня на футболке динь-динь. Почему именитые студии не делают игры с сексуальным контентом? Разрубить человека на части более высокоморально, что ли? С сексуальным контентом? Блин, ну смотри, что в принципе сексуальный контент. Сиськи бывает показывают, с каким-нибудь второстепенным до кекса доходит, или что ты имеешь в виду? Просто для них это сразу планка 18+. Кровь это, по-моему, 16+, а это уже 18+ пойдет, по идее, да? Приезжай в гости. Да я была уже в Питере. Зачем туда еще раз ехать? Не Диди, а Динь-Динь. Феечка. Из Питера Пэна. Вчера у нее на районе молния фигачили, небо розоватым светилось. Ну, это называется гроза, краб. Такое иногда бывает, особенно летом. Такое бывает. Такие меня не удивишь. Тоже недавно видела. Ведьмак 18+. Бичек нормально. Блин, до некоторых... О, так. Блин, так, это я не буду показывать. Тут, значит, опять про это. Я это не буду показывать. Сейчас они это уберут. Свои поддержки. У нас свои поддержки. Так. Go. Сейчас. Как музыку на паузу. С какой вкладки играет? Куда стримить? Что стримить? Вот так сразу. Мировая премьера, ребят. Ля, как красиво. Уже лучше, чем на прошлом этом. Уже лучше. PS5, главное. PS5. Подождите, это же похоже очень на... На что же это похоже? Мне кажется, я играла в это недавно, прям как будто бы. Додумаю. Quantum Error. Нет, это просто Quantum Error. Мне кажется, надо потише сделать, да? Очень громко. Вам так лучше?
Hello and welcome to the Future Games Show. What a way to start, right? I am Nolan North, and many of you may know me as your ghost from Destiny. Or perhaps Dr. Edward Victor from...
Так, ну, актер озвучения, который озвучивал Дрейка. И я тоже актриса из Uncharted, да? Привет, привет, это мы.
And welcome the lovely and talented Miss Emily Rose.
Hey Nolan. Hello. Hi everybody. Welcome from my home to yours. I'm really excited about what we have in store for you today. As PlayStation,
они тоже будут очень много разговаривать.
We're going to be talking to leading game developers to see what we really can expect from the future of games.
Plus, we have a host of exclusive game reveals, world premieres, new gameplay demos from current and next-gen consoles. And some of these are so secret, even I haven't been told about them yet.
Wait, they didn't tell you about them?
What, they told you?
No, like they
Куча, значит, ну понятно, у нас есть куча анонсов для вас. Так. Понятно.
Okay, so the next
давайте
title
показывать.
is Red Games. They're this little indie studio in Norway. I love Norway. You might know them from their Choice and Consequence series, Dreamfall Chapters. So get ready for the world exclusive premiere of their new project.
World premiere.
Что это? Пума, блин, на каждом этом. Крутой автобус. Не, пока забавная рисовка такая. Тоже стиль вот этот рисовальный мне нравится, комиксовый. Миленький робот. Дрон. Робот-дрон. И у них робот водит. Прикольно. Это как R2-D2 с BD. Почти что. И тут такая охрана. Игра о надежде, дружбе, любви, музыке. О всем. Короче. Но не написано, когда она выйдет, да? Я не видела. А, нам сейчас покажут геймплей.
Hey, my name is Ragnar Tornquist. I'm creative director at Red Thread Games, and we're working on a game called Dustborn. Dustborn is a story-driven action-adventure about a band of misfits and outcasts on a road trip across America. It's a game about hope, friendship, love, robots, and the power of words. So in this footage, you're watching our main character Pax explore a small commune in the Pacific Northwest. She's come here with her crew to recruit her sister, but it turns out her sister's not interested in joining the crew. So your job is to convince her and deal with the consequences of what happens next.
Блин, не, ну это не будет бордой, учитывая, что она только что сделала.
Thanks again to Ragnar for that exclusive first look at Dustborn. Okay, what's next, Nolan?
Next, we've got a hardcore first-person platformer whose recent Steam demo was played over 100,000 times. Here's an exclusive look at a new cyberspace level containing new enemies and abilities from Ghost Runner.
Exclusive.
Relax. Embrace the software.
Ран. Ну, понятно. Блин, ну вот это, кстати, прикольно выглядит. Смотрите, ты просто бежишь по стенам, по всему прыгаешь и рубишь катаной бошки. Ghost Runner. По-моему, прикольно. И в этом году написано, что выйдет. Прикольно, по-моему. Ну, для тех, кто не играет в Overwatch, например. Так. Да, все тут эксклюзивно, мы уже поняли. Ой, мне уже нравится почему-то, не знаю.
I'm Tatiana Delgado from Auto the Blue Games, working on Call of the Sea. You might have seen our reveal trailer.
Mirror's Edge, кибер... Да, Mirror's Edge Самурай. Точно.
To walk you through it and tell you a bit more about the game.
How strange that your trail ends here.
Call of the Sea is a first-person adventure puzzle game set in the 1930s that takes place in the far reaches of the South Pacific. You take the role of Nora, a woman who has crossed an ocean in search of her husband's missing expedition. At Out of the Blue, we love telling stories and designing puzzles. That is why we wanted to create a game that had a strong presence of both. And also, we always approach our games with the player's emotions in mind. That being said, although Call of the Sea is a puzzle game,
Не, я беру свои слова назад, ничего не показывают вообще. Просто скриншоты. А, ну все, не-не-не-не-не. Какая-то головоломка, короче, с пазлами. Ну, может быть, конечно, и поиграла бы. Головоломки я люблю.
We adore her acting in Firewatch and her ability to create a strong presence with only her voice. It is a tale of self-discovery, an exploration not only of the island, but of the character's inner self. Although our game was inspired to an extent by the works of H.P. Lovecraft, this is not a horror game, but an adventure game. We hope to give you a vivid mystery and at the same time an emotional journey. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to revealing more of Call of the Sea in the coming months.
Dishonored в первый, да.
Call of the Sea is developed by Out of the Blue and will launch on Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and Windows platforms.
Call of the Sea. Ну, в принципе, я, может быть, когда-нибудь бы и сыграла. Исследование острова с головоломками, maybe. Но что-то соу-соу. Пока.
Exclusive.
Hi everyone, my name is Sergey Ganisyan and I'm the producer and community manager at Frogwares. We are an 80 people strong independent studio from Kyiv, Ukraine. You may know us for our detective games, such as the Sherlock Holmes adventures, as well
О,
as
это которые сделали Шерлока.
We are working on our new game, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1.
Блин.
It's a story-driven investigation thriller in which you play as the young 21-year-old Sherlock before he becomes the legend that we all know. For John Watson and Jim Moriarty, Sherlock was a brilliant but rebellious aspiring detective.
Я всех Шерлоков прошла, блин.
The game takes place in the late 19th century on a small Mediterranean island, where, according to our story, Sherlock.
Я готова играть в следующую игру от них, серьезно. Я Уэйн Перс, да, современненько. Такие причесочки.
Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is an open-world detective game with minimum hand-holding. In this game, we are introducing the concept of global investigation gameplay that is heavily based on the feedback that we received from the players on our previous games.
Так, это тоже Англия, но с открытым миром. Вот это интересно вообще.
For example, you can now decide to involve random people on the streets in your investigation, ask them for directions, or question those citizens who you think match your suspect profile. And if you doubt they would even talk to some foreigner like you can for instance find the right disguise, say police uniform to loosen their tone. It's up to you to discover that synergy and use it at the right time, because as I mentioned, there is minimum hand-holding in the game. Of course, making the right deductions and tracking down criminals is another exciting part of the detective's job. We are aiming to give the player the chance to miss a piece of evidence, pursue their own lead, and eventually let a killer walk free. Those who played our Sherlock Holmes Crimes and Punishments will know what I'm talking about. We are bringing Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 to PC and console sometime in 2021. Thank you so much for your time and enjoy the rest of the show. There are some fantastic games here that we cannot wait to play ourselves.
Короче, все как в Шерлоке будет, то есть можно либо... из прошлой части, где можно было делать правильные или неправильные выводы.
With a series of games that reimagine the arcade
Класс,
and console classics of some of my favorite eras, the 80s and 90s.
And what better way to begin than with a bullet hell shoot 'em up created by a small team from Lebanon, including a former Pixar artist. Here's an exclusive gameplay slice of Signy.
Exclusive.
Это похоже на видеокарту. Почему я вижу видеокарту? С вентилятором. О, боже мой. Не, ну, я слишком... Слушайте, они сделали вот это то, что я в Тетрисе играла в 3D. Понятно. А у меня в Тетрисе была такая игра, да. Стрелять бесконечно во всякую фигню, которая от тебя летит. Когда мехов. Да я не знаю про какие-то мехи, но я попробую сказать. На телевизорах еще делают. А у меня на телеке, вот на котором, если вот прям такой еще толстый, был Тетрис. Ну да, наверное, делают. Как Нирка. Ну да, в Нирке в начале была такая, когда она летала на корабле. Точнее, не на корабле, а на такой своей этой броне. Было такое, да. И даже и босс, кстати, похож с этой штукой. И луч тоже есть, да, реально. Игры, которые мы заслужили. Ну, тут как бы перед этим диалог был между теми актерами озвучивания, которые сказали, что иногда ретро-игры вспоминаем в новом свете. Собственно, сейчас вот это и показали.
Okay, so we're keeping the arcade vibes coming with a high-speed tribute to arcade racing classics like Daytona USA and a stylish platformer that looks like a noir comic book. But first...
Я согласна, что их полно, просто ну, я, наверное, в них не играю, поэтому особо мне сравнить не с чем. Наверняка есть любители этого, и которые прям вау! Можно сказать, что это пиксельная Цири. Бегает. Графоний. Да подождите, подождите. Но перед этим же прикольно показали с графонием. Чё вы начали? Norbit 7 Lights.
Magratheus bless you, striver.
Эксклюзив. Как же мне нравится эта надпись. О, да. У меня на Nintendo что-то такое было, ребята. В детстве, кажется. И то лучше, по-моему, выглядело. О, ну вот это же сегодня показывали, только что. Только мы геймплей не видели, кстати. Тут больше, по-моему, показывают. Там только трейлер был. Почему не сделать для Индии отдельную выставку? Так алло, PC Gaming Show есть отдельная выставка. Все самые крутые игры раньше Xbox показывал. Плойка и Xbox показывали. И Electronic Arts плюс свои имела выставку. Ну, в смысле, на E3. И Ubisoft. А потом было всегда PC Gaming шоу со всяким говнецом. Ну, не то, что со всяким говнецом, ну, который уже не относится ни туда, ни сюда. Просто Xbox иногда к себе брал там. Все остальное вот так. Вау, вот это хакерство. Чего он там плавал по воздуху? Liberated. Прикольно, мне нравится то, что комиксово сделали. То есть в таких играх обычно именно берется какой-то рисовкой. То есть я бы никогда не стала играть, но я посмотрю какой-нибудь на стриме чисто из зарисовки. Прикольно, комикс. Черно-белый.
Exclusive.
Rated T for teen.
О, да. No, no, I don't want. I don't want, говорю. I want. Я знаю, для кого эти игры делают. Для всяких этих каких-нибудь туз на Твиче, типа РГГ, там СГГ, ХПГ. С юморком и кучей, да и я бы не сказала бы. Просто забавная дискотечка была. Team 17.
Neon Abyss will be launching on PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and Windows on July 14th, 2020.
Our next game has been in early access since 2018 with an almost 90% very positive reviews on Steam. Here's an exclusive look at the new Easy Day Academy High School level in skateboarding sim Skater XL.
Exclusive.
Мне почему-то кажется, я в прошлом году уже это видела.
Hi, my name is Dane. I'm the director at Easy Day Studios and we're working on Skater XL. Today we're showing a first look at the Easy Day High School level. This is a new environment we've been working on for some time and we're excited to show it off today. This level is based on something that's really key to skateboarding, which is the California school environment. This is something that's been in countless skate videos over the years, elementary schools, high schools, very common sort of area, type of terrain for skateboarding. One thing we learned in starting to build environments for Skater XL is that we have a very unique game mechanic, so we had to go back to the drawing board on how the levels were designed. The pieces of the level are combinations of elements that we've designed ourselves, but also we mix in countless real-world spots. There's probably about 25 real skate spots.
50 кадров.
Recognizable to anyone in skateboarding, from real high schools, real elementary schools. We've got Wallenberg, we've got Clipper, we've got parts of Lockwood Elementary, just a lot of different places. Again, these are historic pieces. If you know skating, you probably know a bunch of these spots.
Кто-нибудь в чате будет в это играть?
Again, based on the game mechanic itself, we've actually massaged and tweaked each of these spots to be not just recognizable, but also really.
Я не могу включить 2х скорость. Даже онлайн. Мне кажется, такую игру на мобилку прикольно. Ну, типа, ты пока едешь в автобусе, ты можешь делать трюки на скейте.
So what this leads to is, you know, kind of a first for skateboarding games in general. So, you know, gameplay is not driven by animation, driven by physics. We didn't actually program tricks into the game, we just programmed movement. And with that movement, we're able to do all kinds of tricks.
Кликаика82 поддержал на сумму 200,00 рублей и написал: «Добрый вечер, Марина.
Добрый вечер,
как
кукушка.
всегда хорошо выглядишь. Это на небольшой кулечек конфет, сосучек или рисок».
Спасибо большое. А можно еще на стоматолога сразу? Спасибо большое, кукушка. Блин, как же он обсасывает это говно-то, господи. Нет, они, конечно, молодцы, что все это сделали.
The interesting thing is that it's been a decade since the last significant entrant into the skateboarding genre, and it hasn't been explored in, you know, in recent times when we have all these different things available to connect content out, different platforms. So we're seeing really interesting explosion of content, our creative community, and modders, and all these different things happening.
Блин, не знаю, симулятор езды на скейте, ну камон. Я не понимаю таких игр вообще. Я вообще не понимаю таких игр. Типа, если бы была игра какая-нибудь, где ты вместо тачки на скейте бы ехал, окей. Да, сюжет, вот я говорю, то, что по городу ты на скейте катаешься. И ты такой мог бы там чисто для ачивок трюки сделать. Вот это другое дело. А так я вообще не понимаю этого. О, ребят, у меня молния фигачит тоже. Страшно. Ой, все светится. Как же мне это нравится. Как баскетбол играет или футбол. Блин, ну знаешь, там хотя бы... Вот я баскетбол просто не... Ну... Там я, может, еще частично понять могу. Хотя бы частично. Понимаешь, есть люди, которые смотрят футбол, а вот люди, которые смотрят, как кто-то на скейте катается, их уже нету. Макдака симулятор. GTFO-D?
Get to the Orange Door is coming to Xbox One in 2020, and we're pleased to announce that a new demo is available right now, free to download on Steam.
Okay, Nolan,
а их больше остальных консольных геймеров вместе взятых?
No, I mean you're gonna be dying when you play our next game. A third-person action-adventure, get this, it's set within a coma, where you explore your memories while fighting for your life.
Okay, I'm confused. I think I need to see the trailer.
All right, glad you asked.
Exclusive.
Кома. Игра, где ты находишься в коме, но при этом ты Пытаешься что-то как будто бы вспомнить и что-то ищешь. Типа, да, за своими свои воспоминания. Очень странно, конечно, видеть лосей при этом, при всем. Waking. Кома теперь Waking. Или это к этому относилось? А, это так и называется, Waking. Окей. Тьфу ты, блин. Я думала, она и на Кома называется.
World premiere.
For too long, the phasmids have been causing trouble in our peaceful little corner of space. But not any.
И лысина такая. Это смешно.
Enlist today to embark on an epic space adventure and do your part. Let's get some of those cool wipey things in this part, Gina. Join us on Athena Station.
Не, ну, конечно, дресня какая-то.
Experience the rush of spaceflight.
На прошлой трансляции там интересный космос показывали. Тут какая-то это. Знаете, немножко что-то на Лего похоже, но только все гладкое.
And may the force join the space crew. Gina, let's zoom around in 3D and get some explosions going on here. End it with a bang.
Space Crew is published by Curve Digital and will launch on PC, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch in late 2020.
Hey Nolan, I got a good question for you. You ready? What is scarier than clowns?
Nothing is scarier than clowns. You know that.
Well, you wouldn't say that if you'd been to Wales. You should probably cover your eyes for this.
Exclusive.
These are not words I wish to write. I fear you may believe me taken with madness. My father seeks to use me. He wishes me to sing for him as she did. To become the star attraction that will draw good folk to this accursed spit of land. I cannot explain further, but ask that you trust me. Your love, always, Elizabeth.
Hello, my name is Ben Tester, and I'm head of marketing at Wells Interactive. Right now we're finishing work on a new title, Made of Scare, and we're really excited to be able to share with you.
Хоррор. А мне кажется, не похоже на хоррор. Спасибо, Парадокс, за фоллоу.
Psychological, gothic, and British horror. Set in 1898, Made of Scare is inspired by the haunting Welsh tale of Elizabeth Williams. It's a story of a family empire that's driven by torture, slavery, piracy, and a supernatural mystery that suffocates the grounds of the hotel. In this footage, we wanted to explore the 3D sound-based AI system that is the core survival.
О, у нас будет мячик, прикол, прикол, классно. Так, мистика. Там сказали, что на каких-то этих... Блин, как оно? На мифах каких-то старых, каких-то народов основана эта игра. Поэтому надо их знать, видимо, чтобы понимать, что здесь происходит. Это хентай, потому что вы увидели плавники. Тентакли.
all items that you can find and add to your inventory. The game will feature 3 levels of difficulty. The scares remain the same throughout, but a change in AI behavior, enemy strength, limited manual saves, and reduced ammo and health items will put more of an emphasis on that classic survival horror experience. Made of Scare is coming to PC and console, with a digital and physical launch on PS4 and Xbox One this July. You can wishlist the game now on Steam, and pre-purchase will be available in the coming weeks. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoy the show.
Hey Nolan, you can open your eyes now. Okay, there you go. All right, Made of Scare launches on PS4, Xbox, Switch, and Windows in 2020.
Hey, Em, what's better than looking at one upcoming game?
Is this another one of your dad jokes?
It's looking at a collection of upcoming games in the space of a few minutes.
Okay, I'm listening.
Here's an incredible lineup of future hits to get excited about.
О, в это я играла. Вот это классная игруха. Вот это классная игруха. Ля какая. Вот это киберпанк. Вот аниме киберпанк. Пиксельный, жалко, правда. Так, игра за собаку. Вообще 10 из 10 просто. Серьезно. Какая-то головоломка. Нет, не играла. Так, это мы тоже сегодня уже видели. Блин, конечно... Задумки, конечно, жесть у людей порой. Алалот. Алалот. Это тоже сегодня показывали, кстати. Да-да-да, показывали. Wave Break. Cloudpunk. Cloudpunk. Блин. Уморительные названия. Ты играешь там за девушку-таксиста? Да. И чё, ты просто принимаешь заказы и развозишь? Или там какой-то сюжетец есть? Аркейдж. Какая-то дрочильня очередная.
And you can find out more information about all those titles by heading to gamesradar.com. Our next game appeared in our sister event, the PC Gaming Show, just a few hours ago. And we're delighted to have John Pearl join us now for an exclusive look at Remnant From the Ashes DLC, Subject 2923.
Exclusive.
Remnant. Так, DLC для Remnant.
Hello, I'm John Pearl, the design director at Gunfire Games. Right now, the team is hard at work on Subject 2923, the final DLC for Remnant From the Ashes. This DLC is much larger and more expansive than any of the previous content we've released. This DLC will introduce a brand new campaign that takes place a year after the events of the base campaign of Remnant. This campaign focuses on the origin of the Dreamer project and how it connects to the Roots invasion on Earth. With the footage we're showing, we're giving y'all a sneak peek at the icy and unforgiving heights of the new explorable world of Risum. The inhabitants of the world are an entirely new faction of enemies, the Uriki, which are a race of menacing humanoid rats. In combat, you'll find they are as resourceful as they are deadly. This DLC has a lot of additional content. With the addition of the new campaign comes all new quests, bosses, weapons, trinkets, armor sets, and more. Additionally, Risum will be added as an option in Adventure Mode, and if you have the Swamps of Courses DLC, it'll add Risum to the rotation of Survival Mode as well. The Subject 2923 DLC is coming to PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4 on August 20th. And we can't wait for everyone to play it. Thank you so much for tuning in to find out what's next for Remnant from the Ashes. Hope you all enjoy.
Да я не знаю просто, что было в самой игре, поэтому как бы в чем DLC отличие, не скажу.
Alright, so Remnant from the Ashes
Remnant
2923 will launch on Xbox One, PS4, and Windows PC. And now for something completely different.
Exclusive.
Everybody loves playing board games. Now they're finally cool.
Какой-то настолка
переделанная. Don't fret, my old chums. Here at Thunderbox HQ, we've been working tirelessly to create
Что вообще происходит?
Amazing computer graphics, a bitching synth soundtrack, and our laser-powered but totally harmless board game zapping digitizer. Also, we can bring you the retro sci-fi survival strategy we like to call The Captain is Dead. Let me just load it up for you.
Oh my god, there are aliens all over the ship. Come on, open up. Wow, this looks kind of dangerous. Good.
Блин, музычка прикольная. Действительно. Мужик не обманул про музычку. Про остальное я не уверена.
Reminds me of one of those old-fashioned video games. And I'm done.
Taking charge. I haven't used one of these since 3086. I've still got it.
Those aliens picked the wrong ship to mess with.
The Captain is Dead. Head on over right now to Steam right now to wish list it up right now.
The Captain is Dead is a digital board game and will launch on Steam in 2020.
Okay, so our next games, they're linked by their focus on player creativity. From designing a food-themed obstacle course for you and your friends, to creating a mobile base that traverses a savage land. But let's start with a title called Main Assembly.
Hello inventors, and welcome to Main Assembly, a game that gives you the freedom to create anything you can imagine. With huge open sandboxes to explore, your creations will be pushed to the breaking point. Jam-packed with loads of challenges and parts to unlock, pushing your inventions to the limit. Revolutionary freeform crafting lets you construct anything with ease and precision. Once you have perfected your design, why not take it for a test flight? Happy with how your robot looks? With the visual programming interface, you can set up controls and use sensors to make logic for different types of automation and really put your creations to work. Or jump online with friends.
Так, короче, создаете кучу всякого говна. Я могу изи кратко рассказывать. Вы создаете кучу говна из всего, что хотите и как хотите. Все, изи, 3 секунды. Че в голову придет? Ведущий. Они же специально растягивают. А мы уже это сегодня видели же, блин. Опять это показывают. Почему этому столько внимания уделяют?
Blanco's Block Party is a game about vinyl toys coming to life, but it's actually more than just a game. It's a place for gamers and content creators and collectors to come together and to build and to own and to set the rules for the worlds that they want to play. So here we can see one of our Blancos running around the junction. The junction in Blancos.
Блин, вот если бы в такой игре можно было бы аниме выбирать, то окей, но в ней нельзя выбирать аниме, так что я не понимаю, зачем столько внимания. Убийца Фортнайта, ну. Ой, это печеньки Орео.
Type of blanket you want it to be, so you could make it super fast and jumpy, you could make it super tough for some of the shooter games, you could make it super powerful for some of the race games. You're also going to be able to get these really cool rewards from the quests.
Мне кажется, Fortnite не убить просто уже.
Things that you can attach to your Blanco that just look cool, some of them will actually enhance a lot of your abilities. But the junction is just the beginning, and it's going to grow and get bigger and bigger over time. Now what we're seeing is some of the UGC content. So everything here, people just built using the UGC editor. We wanted it to be super easy for players to build and create these levels. Key to it is everything can be done with a game controller. In Blanco's Block Party, you're going to be getting new content seasonally. And what that means is we're going to be delivering you some really cool stuff that is only available for that season. So if you go and buy a Blanco in Season 1, that won't be available once you get to Season 2. So if you manage to snag one of the cool ones, you're going to be one of the few that gets to keep that for as long as you want to keep it. The same applies to any of the dares and the quests. Those are going to be locked to a season, and anything that you get from completing those things only is available in that season. Ownership is a key part of the experience. So our proprietary technology platform provides true ownership of what players buy and create through verifiable assets. It allows us to legitimize the type of grey markets that pop up around so many.
Уже по третьему разу стали показывать то же самое, что показали. Уже всю еду показали, какую можно.
Players can create the world that they want in Blancos. We've just provided really easy tools so that you can build whatever world you want to build and set the rules for that world. The limit really is kind of your imagination.
Давайте еще раз эту заставку. То я не поняла, что они прыгать не могут, конечно. Да сколько можно, господи. Следующую игру, пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, мы уже все это видели. Чатик, скипайте.
Exclusive.
Так. Пол — это лава. Ой, смотрите, опять лодка. Только это графонистее, чем та. А это лучше выглядит. И не только песок. Привет, Струк. Прикол. Ой, смотрите, он типа замораживает, чтобы пройти.
This upcoming type of a map consists of all new areas to explore, from cold and barren fields stretching all the way to the horizon, to hardened volcanic rock formations that creates natural passages and scorching hot lava lakes, obliterating anything that gets
А,
near.
да, смотри, она реально
As you travel
бегает.
through this vast virgin
И она
terrain,
может
you'll
загореться,
get a
типа в
chance
лаве.
to discover efficient
Забавненько.
ways to mine obsidian and find rare loot in mysterious man-made stone ruins, and even hunt legendary killings, these giant winged lizards inhabiting mountains in hot climates. Harsh conditions of the volcanic lands
Можете
make
ли
it
вы мне
very
сказать
difficult for
спасибо?
nomads to
Thank you
survive
very
if they
much,
decide to settle
Blurion,
this hot
for
soil.
follow
Greenery
and
sources of water are hard to
100
come by, and hostile
energy.
flying monsters don't make it any easier to explore because they're attracted to walker wings, making it essential for anyone who decides to venture towards these new territories to prepare in advance. Smart traders will likely take advantage of the resource scarcity to try to make some flots on desperate nomads missing some wood or water, while explorers will be risking their lives to gather rare resources that appear in high quantities in these dangerous conditions. We are working tirelessly to bring in more content and improvements for the game, so make sure to try Last Oasis out now on Steam. See you next time.
Ну прыгай, чё ты ждёшь?
Next up, the Future Game Show talks to industry experts about how next-gen consoles and PC technology are changing the way we play. We hope you enjoy our special investigation into the future of gaming. And for the record, we called it that first.
О, это вообще... Чё-то все самое классное понабрали. Да, сямка. О, Xbox, классно. Что вообще происходит? Что они показывают на этой трансляции? Плойка. Fortnite. Ну тут что-то про то, что новое поколение якобы втирают нам.
How the next generation of hardware will push video games in a way that we have never experienced before.
Watch Dogs, который не вышел.
The way that I see game worlds changing in the next generation is with a bigger focus on player interaction and making the worlds feel truly alive. We can already make game worlds that are almost too big for the amount of content that we put in them. So, of course, graphics will take a huge leap forward, but it's the complexity, diversity, and the freedom to play around in them that I think will be the biggest leap.
The new technology that really excites me is using machine learning, both to make the game feel a lot more responsive and meaningful.
Да, Баффет. Меня сегодня спрашивали где-то полчаса назад про это, я отвечала. Динь я зовут. Что-то интересное. Да, вроде обещают, да, что, мол, мы разрабатываем какой-нибудь там и интеллект, и все прям будет лучше с игроком взаимодействовать, плюс графоний, и вообще все супер будет.
I'm really excited about using technologies like semantic ML to help game characters feel more responsive and alive, to get the game to create content not just randomly, but based on the kinds of things you've done as a player so far.
One way that game worlds might feel more alive in the future is by replacing scripted interactions with organic conversations. This live demo from Russian AI project LiveMind literally puts words into Geralt's mouth and could be a sign of things to come.
Do you remember Beckenwood Derby?
Yes, I won a great saddle for racing then.
Of course, it isn't just game worlds that will evolve in the next generation, but the types of stories being told within them too. Narrative is such an important component to the games we play, furthering our connection with virtual spaces and the characters that inhabit them. It makes sense then that this is one area developers are eager to evolve.
I wrote my first game for a computer with 1K on cassette.
Obviously, 40 years later, so much has changed. But in some ways, we're still pursuing the same goal.
The biggest benefit of games as a storytelling medium is the interaction, but often we still tell the stories at the players instead of truly letting them be a part of it.
The future of interactive storytelling should be about how we can make the experience as frictionless as possible.
Really making the player feel like they are actually part of the story. You know, tailored experiences that they can do not only by themselves but also with friends.
Хватит грызть.
I'm also hoping to see storytelling explore more collaborative efforts, telling stories to larger groups of players at once without telling each of them that only they are the chosen one.
When we start thinking to ourselves, is traversal what should be at the heart of every storytelling experience in AAA? You know, can we make it more about the internal conflicts rather than those external conflicts of running, jumping, and shooting?
Movies never have to cut away to load the next scene or more assets. If there's a cut to black, it's only because the director wanted that cut in that exact moment.
Это играть, да я, если честно, пока не собиралась. Пока не собиралась. Да не грызи. Отцепись от провода.
And more feedback from our controllers, we'll hopefully see larger or more immersive scenes that won't need to let up just because the hardware requires it.
A new generation of hardware means we are about to encounter a new frontier for graphical fidelity and visual effects. That's a given. But what about game audio? Sony and Microsoft are putting more emphasis than ever before on audio, and in the way that sound can draw us in game worlds like never before, could our sense of immersion in virtual spaces be about to change entirely?
The next generation audio will definitely be recorded and expressed in a much bigger sense. We're already starting to see hints of it already. Technologies such as ambisonics and ambisonics are being rediscovered and...
Не будет такой сложный, как Секира, не переживай. Да блин, ну не мои это игры, чат, ну вы что, не понимаете, что ли? Так, звук тоже в новом поколении, короче, обещают, что будет новые эффекты создавать и ощущение передавать на человека, на игрока.
Gets to, you know, it accesses the core of who we are, and the fact that we have 3D audio will enhance that in a much grander sense.
Of course, some of the biggest changes to play you won't be able to see, from smaller teams being given the tools to more easily achieve their creative ambitions,
His name is Lucia.
Such as cross-platform play and cloud gaming, to a huge reduction in load times and install sizes.
Звук в этом поколении супер крутой.
А
будет еще круче. Еще будет круче.
Next generation should feel more social than ever, with all the online services bound to get a refresh. I definitely feel like the next generation will have more opportunities to play together when we can't be together.
I think the future of mobile gaming is really about two things. The first is about ubiquity. The second part of mobile gaming in the future is will be about sociability. People are going to play.
Единственное, что убивает Соню, все остальное по технической части не хуже.
Crossplay is becoming more widely accepted and implemented, and that means you shouldn't have to coordinate what SKU you're getting with your friends, what version they're getting, what.
Откуда вы знаете, что у них все плохо? Ничего ж не известно.
Which is amazing.
Almost zero load times, cross-platform ownerships of games, cross-platform cloud saves, and just overall the focus on the player's experience rather than the platform itself.
Не, ну где, слушай, они же всем так не ответят. Типа, есть же чуваки, у которых все нормально с ушами. Попробуй их переубеди. О, там буква Ш. Сейчас бы Watch Dogs Legion показывать. Бабулька, бабулька топовая.
And developers who previously couldn't have competed at the high end will be able to do so. It's a really exciting time.
We'd like to thank everyone who gave up their time to bring us that insight into the future of gaming.
All right, our next game is introduced by a gaming legend.
Thanks, Emily. You know, guys,
No, seriously, Nolan? Oh my god. Okay, no, I refer, of course, to Brian Fargo. He's the original producer of Fallout. He's here to tell you about the action RPG Wastelands 3. Let's take a look.
Exclusive.
Было что интересное? Ну, немножечко совсем. Лично для меня. PC-гейминг там, может, парочку, и тут в начале парочка. Фанбой. Я не про фанбоев. Ты в этом смысле. Sony всегда укажет на них. Дескать, смотрите, вы критики просто неправильно слушаете.
Who would murder families and children? Let's find the monsters who did this.
О, это прям как для любителей. Я не видела этот трейлер. Ну, это точно не просто панк. Нет, Wasteland 3. Wasteland 3.
Wastelands 3 is coming to Xbox One, PS4, Windows, Mac, and Linux on August 28, 2020.
Question. If clowns are a 10 on the scarometer?
And what? My dying is like a 4?
Yeah, we've been over this. Look, if clowns are like high,
then
our next game needs a new scoring system. Check out this new gameplay from survival horror Remothered, Broken Porcelain.
Exclusive.
Rated M for mature.
Please come in, Miss Reed. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Ashman. Do you remember me?
Only between old friends.
I'm Jennifer, by the way.
Крепота какая.
Lindsay? But call me Lynn.
At last. It's just a bad dream.
Where are you? Show yourself!
What's the act?
What have you done to her?
You won't do it, Mr. Ashman.
Of course I will.
No.
Remothered Broken Porcelain comes to PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and Windows in late 2020.
Next up, we have a world exclusive teaser.
Сложно, конечно, сказать. Вот тут сюжет должен зарешать. Конечно. Если сюжет говно окажется... Я бы, конечно, поиграла, если бы норм было бы там все. Совушка какая классная.
Oh man, we can't wait to see more from this team in the coming months.
За Эшли. А я, кстати, за Эшли не поиграла. А, подожди, в четвертом. В четвертый я и не играла. Я подумала, это про второй. Там DLC было. Салют, Ноктурно.
Crossplay lets you play games with your friends, regardless of which platform they own, and it's grown in popularity thanks to titles such as Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone. Developers Hi-Rez Studios are trailblazers in this field, but the industry as a whole has been slower to embrace the potential of crossplay. We caught up with Hi-Rez to ask why, and to discover the importance of crossplay as we head into the next generation.
Еее, кроссплей. Класс. Не, здесь про кроссплей говорят.
In the future, I think you'll start to see consoles and other platforms embrace a truly play-anywhere experience.
It will become increasingly less important what hardware you're using to access the game and much more about like connectivity and communication.
There'll still be exclusives, but the true crossover hits won't be constrained to one platform.
Crossplay and cross-progression also challenges game developers to think more globally and holistically about audiences. That you should be able to play from anywhere, doing anything, and kind of have that that follow you around as you go from console to console or platform to platform.
If they choose Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo or PC for the next generation, it doesn't matter. The game they love and the purchases they made will come with them.
Players expect the same experience across all of their platforms, and so to be able to actually pull that off takes a reasonably high level of sophistication. And you also want to ensure that kind of competition across all these platforms is fair regardless of who they're up against. Now that a console game is a PC game, is a mobile game, for many games, things like cultural relativism, localization, global community management are a bigger and bigger role in gaming. So I think the long answer short, that's one of the kind of maybe hidden benefits of crossplay, is it stimulates diversity and kind of a global approach to how you think about gaming.
To deliver next-gen crossplay and progression like this, it takes commitment from the start. Hi-Rez Studios currently publishes 3 crossplay and cross-progression titles, with a 4th coming this summer. We keep learning new lessons, but the single biggest is, it's much easier to build a play-anywhere title from the start than it is to shoehorn it later in a project.
More players accessing the same game rather than fragmenting across all of these platforms also means that your ability to make matches and the quality of those matches starts to increase. Overall, we're looking to drive the most fair and fun game experience we possibly can, and we think that crossplay and cross-progression are some of the most important pillars to get there.
You guys ready? It's time to get paid! Don't worry, Dimo was born ready.
What's up, everybody?
Хочу трейлеры. Трейлеры хочу.
Currently, we're finishing work on Rogue Company, and we're really excited to be able to share this update with you today. Rogue Company is a third-person shooter that features a unique blend between action-paced gameplay and objective-based game modes. In Rogue Company, you play as a rogue, which are a group of elite mercenaries that operate outside of the wall, and they drop in exotic locations all over the world. Rogue Company is going to be free to play.
А вот теперь да, теперь я согласна.
Across all platforms. Since day one of our cornerstones was making sure that you were able to play the game you want on the platform you want with the friends that you want. At the end of the day, Rogue Company can be summarized in one word: inclusive. Today we are in the late stages of Rogue Company development, which means we're testing crossplay and cross-progression features, polishing weapons, rogues, and maps. The majority of my time is spent refining the core combat experience in Rogue Company while also making sure that our maps and modes are providing exciting and unique games. I do want to say, it's pretty amazing.
Какие еще жопки? Где?
Being able to play Rogue Company at 60 FPS.
Где жопки?
As I sit on the couch and my wife is watching another episode of Love Island is a dream come true.
Блин, смотрите, здесь какую-то магию добавили. Можно метать и обратно забирать.
Xbox One, PC, and Nintendo Switch later this summer. We can't wait for you to play our labor of love. To sign up for the alpha, head on over to roguecompany.com. Thank you and enjoy the show.
Rogue Company.
Big thanks to the teams at Hi-Rez for that look into the future of crossplay and info about their upcoming titles.
Now we all know the next generation consoles are getting closer. So
Разрушаемое окружение. В Fortnite тебе пойдет, где можно ломать стены на ресурсы.
Exclusive.
Next time on the Outriders broadcast, we'll be taking a look at the journey into the unknown, plus the characters joining your adventure as you battle through a hostile world. We'll also be showcasing a brand new area and delving deeper into our next class, the Pyromancer. Coming next month.
Как это не пойдет? Ну даже сам разрушаемость предложил. Вот все вас вечно не устраивает.
We're heading 150 years into the future next, where humanity is struggling to survive and human brains are being transferred into robot bodies. Here's more on disintegration.
Вроде бы не было.
Not one step further. See what we've got. 5 integrated outlaws.
Prикольно.
Have you got weapons and shelter in there? Maybe you could give us a chance to rest.
We may have more of interest to you than guns.
Hi there, my name's Marcus Leto. I'm the president and creative director at V1 Interactive, and we are currently working on our brand new debut game called Disintegration, and we are super excited to finally be getting ready for it to launch soon.
Wow, look at you. Yeah, I guess you took the hard road.
With Disintegration, we set out to build something truly unique. It blends some great parts of a first-person shooter with a real-time tactical elements in a way that's never been done before, and in a way that required us to invent all new gameplay mechanics in order for it to work.
Core B dropped.
The story of Disintegration is something that's set about 150 years from now in the future, where humanity's really struggling to survive. And one means of survival is taking the human brain and actually implanting it within an armored shell and attaching that to a robotic armature, allowing them to survive through this period of time. Once in these robotic armatures, humans now find themselves in a world where they are super strong, they're super durable, and some of them don't want to return back to humanity again. And so a new army is developed called the Rayon. In this world, we play some of those early integrated who are fighting back and who don't want to follow along with the Rayon.
I've seen what you call freedom. Not interested.
In Disintegration's multiplayer, we allow the players to team up 5v5 against one another, each with their own.
Мне понравилась в начале кат-сцена, где дедок такой подходил, разговаривал с роботами. Это было забавно.
In order for the player to really have success playing Disintegration, they need to consider both parts of the equation. On one hand is your grab cycle and your weapons and abilities that you use fluidly in combat. That's just one part of the equation though. On the other hand is your ground squad, each with their unique abilities that you can follow practically in gameplay. It's important
Уже есть эксперты.
both of these things work in tandem together and that they are part of a whole. They are the crew. And for you to kind of consider both parts is critical for your success.
Что-то мужик про тактику втирал, ну ладно. Не особо заметно.
On PlayStation 4, the Xbox One, and Steam. Well, for the PC, we're excited to be on all 3 platforms simultaneously, and we are eagerly waiting for the community to hop in and start playing with us.
I'm sorry. Were you two having a moment? I can leave y'all be.
What? The grab cycle?
Видел обзор такси на троечку.
It's called the pre-flight inspection.
No judgments here, huh?
16 июня.
Disintegration is coming to PS4, Xbox One, and PC June 16th.
Now prepare yourselves for a lesson in alternative history as we explore what might have happened if the Second World War didn't end in 1945.
Exclusive.
Hi everyone, my name is Bogdan Graczyk, the game director of the upcoming narrative-driven adventure game Paradise Lost. I'm super excited to walk you through the alternative history that serves as the setting for our story. In Paradise Lost, the Second World War doesn't end in 1945. In the spring of 1960, the Nazi regime is on its knees and Soviet troops are closing in. Without warning, the Nazis unleash the full might of their nuclear arsenal on their homeland and Eastern Europe, stopping the Soviet offensive in its tracks and turning Europe into an uninhabitable nuclear wasteland. To the rest of the world, this seems like a final act of desperation by one of the cruelest regimes in human history. Yet, few know of the secrets that have been hidden deep underground.
Жесть, что-то какая-то.
The ARC project is among the most secretive endeavors of the Third Reich. Its goal has been to construct a network of hidden, self-sustainable, heavily fortified underground bunkers meant to shelter an Aryan master race society until it can emerge and rule the post-nuclear landscape. But not everything goes according to plan. For reasons unknown, one of the bunkers, located just outside Kraków, Poland, goes dark. Now, as you discover the past, you can shape the present. It's been 20 years since the explosion that set our story in motion. You play as Szymon, a 12-year-old Polish boy driven by personal tragedy to seek out the bunker on the edge of Kraków. At first, the place seems completely desolate. What brought Szymon to the bunker? What answers is he seeking? You'll have to uncover the truth yourself.
Блин, это на какой-то ужастик на самом деле похоже. В общем, типа, если бы во время войны немцы сбросили бы атомную бомбу, и вся Европа бы, она, ну, исчезла, то есть она была бы радиоактивной, и якобы в каких-то бункерах должны были уцелеть, но никто не уцелел, и вот мы эти бункеры должны будем исследовать, и чем дальше, тем что-то ужасное будем узнавать.
Whether you choose agent or choose hacker.
Или выбери хакера.
It takes two to complete the mission. It takes two to stay alive. Operation Tango. It takes two to save the world.
Our next game is so secret, we don't even know its name at the time of this recording. So I'm just going to put myself out there and make one up. I'm guessing it's called The Kingdom of the Gusty Willows.
What kind of fake name is that? It is not called The Kingdom of Gusty Willows.
Here's the developers of The Kingdom of the Gusty Willows to talk about their show-stopping new PS5 project, The Kingdom of the Gusty Willows.
Can I make it extremely clear? This is not called The Kingdom of the Gusty Willows.
What's the big deal? It's a good title.
Exclusive.
А, это эту с черными штучками. А, так и... Блин, они же уже разговаривали на PlayStation 5. Мне кажется, это то же самое. По-моему, это та же самая запись даже.
And today we're really excited to share a little bit more about the project with you. So, what's this game all about?
А, нет, смотри. Нет, это не та же запись.
Fast-paced combat with exploration and a really fun, charming.
Он говорит, ты видел меня на PlayStation?
So you play as Kena.
Слышь ты, блин. Что ты кусаешься?
And soon discovers that there are many trapped, lingering spirits. And it becomes clear that there are larger forces at play that have sort of corrupted the environment and stopped things from moving on. Well, the main focus of the game actually revolves around helping these trapped spirits. So each kind of level or world that you enter is all focused and kind of themed around the corrupt spirit that's lingering. And to really help these spirits, you ultimately have to get to know what happened to them in their past life. And to do so, you're looking for clues in the environment, facing combat challenges, solving puzzles. But ultimately, it all relies on building and growing your team. Yeah, the Rut are key to like sort of every aspect of gameplay. They can be used in combat, to augment abilities, they can be used in the environment to carry things around for you. The more Rut you have, the stronger you can be as a player. And the more abilities you get to unlock. The trailer does a lot of things, but one thing we wanted to do was make sure we established the tone.
Помогать маленьким черненьким штучкам.
And people see the rot and the cute characters, and they immediately fall in love with them, which is great. But the opening cinematic with the meditation and kind of Kena battling these spirits, we wanted to use to kind of set that darker tone and establish these. The player is going to be exposed to some darker themes in the storytelling. We're targeting a holiday 2020 release, and it will be coming to PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and the Epic Games Store. We're really excited for everyone to get their hands on the game, and in the meantime, enjoy the rest of the show.
PS5 и Epic Games Store. Эксклюзивно, ребят. Эксклюзивно для Epic Games Store и PS5.
And don't forget to check out our sister shows from the Guerrilla Collective over the next few days right here on Twitch.
Wait, come on, Nolan. It wouldn't be a game show without that, we got one more thing. Can we do the one more thing moment?
You are so right. Wait, are we in this one?
No.
Oh, well. But hey, Em, would you work with me again? Maybe in some kind of swashbuckling adventure where I play a roguish, charming adventurer?
Nah, I think I've been there, done that.
World premiere.
3 years ago, Serial Cleaner took you back to 1970s America in a single-player stealth action crime story where you played as a professional crime scene cleaner, getting rid of bodies and the incriminating evidence, all while avoiding the police.
Да ладно вам.
Now, with over 1 million owners and releases on all major platforms, we're going to...
Сейчас бы, лезть в торрент, чтобы, какого-нибудь майнера нагнать или еще говно, когда можно... Ну, зарегистрируйся ты в этом Epic Store, в чем проблема, господи? Почему это такая проблема для людей, я не понимаю. Я могу понять еще каких-то коллекционеров в Стиме, там пипец. И уровень, ачивки, может, кому-то важны. Но в остальном, господи, серьезно. Какая-то странная фигня.
Well, that really does complete our showcase for 2020.
Yeah, we hope you've had a great time watching and that you've seen something that you can look forward to.
Да, нам так было весело, ребят, вы не представляете. Спасибо вам большое. Нет, никогда.
I'm Nolan North.
And I'm Emily Rose.
And this has been
Принципиально против эксклюзивности. Блин, ну а как тогда ты играешь, типа, то, что выходило на плойке эксклюзивно, допустим? Что значит принципиально против? Тебе предлагают то, что, блин, выходит на плойке поиграть на ПК, а ты, блин, говоришь сразу, я не буду в Epic Store регистрироваться. Плохой магаз. Да тебя не просят там покупать. Все. Уберись отсюда. Монитор не видно. Они не навязывают. Почему? У тебя как бы просто... Смотри, вот на плойке вышла игра. Ты в нее не можешь поиграть. Потому что у тебя нет плойки. В чем навязывание? Ну, пожалуйста, не играй дальше. Они дают возможность поиграть на ПК, но не хочешь, да не хоти. В чем прикол идти на торрент? Вопрос. Что значит, тебя навязывают еще и на торрент идти, можешь, хочешь сказать? Нет. Вы сами себе ограничения ставите. Вообще-то. Сами себе. От того, что вы, блин, скачали игру в другом магазине, серьезно. Кто вам что скажет? Кто вам что скажет? Даже если кто-то скажет, надо, чтобы вам было насрать. Игры должны быть во всех магазинах. Кто такой сказал? Это рынок в первую очередь. И понимаешь, Steam это не магазин, который принадлежит народу, там, не какой-то народный магазин, а мужик, блин, с пузом деньги собирает. Почему бы на рынок не выйти кому-то другому? В чем проблема вообще? Гейб такой сказал. Ну да. Даже, блин, попробуй зайти в 2 разных магазина в своем городе, пятерочку, еще какой-нибудь. Возможно, ты заметишь, что не продают какое-нибудь печенье или шоколадку. Это не только с играми работает, и тебе придется ради какой-нибудь вкусняшки вдруг входить в другой магазин. В этом нет ничего такого. Это нормально. Помада только для девочек. Да опять, господи, откуда вы это берете? В смысле помада только для девочек? Я не согласна. Помадой может пользоваться кто хочет. Вообще.
Поддержал на сумму 300,00 рублей и написал. На хейт Epic Store.
На хейт Epic Store. Я не буду хейтить Epic Store, мне не за что. Спасибо за донат. Нет, у них не только хлеб. У них хлеб просто какой-нибудь оригинальный. С начинкой. С сыром. С кунжутом, неважно. С маком. В смысле помада для девочек? Какие-то вы странные вообще. Помада для... Она... На ней не написано, что она для девочек или что она женская. На ней написано помада. Все. Крась ей что хочешь вообще. Написано для губ. А губы есть у кого? У всех. Все, ребят. Как можно... Опять себя ограничиваете сами. Ужас. Плочено, как это делают эпики. Хорошо, где? А как тогда такое, если у некоторых, ввиду некоторых, ну, два есть варианта. Первый — это проблемы со здоровьем, да, и второй — это возраст. До, там, и после определенного промежутка, когда ее уже нету. Как такое тебе? Все, не по... Опять неправильно в чате пишете. Опять началось. Так, Константин, это уже конкуренция. Кто виноват, что магазин не смог завести хлеб? Надо было правильно договариваться. Ты чё, готов жрать прошлогодний хлеб из-за этого, что ли, если магазин не смог? Ты пойдешь же в новый. Я не вижу проблем. Ты или принципиально будешь страдать. Это новый тренд в мире, блин, не знаю. Бред какой-то. Тренды эти. Так, ладно, ребят, я, наверное, конечно, хорошо с вами посидеть, поговорить, но стрим идет уже овер до хрена, и время уже поздно. Поэтому, ну, по первой части стрима мы какие-то заключения сделали, особо там нечего делать. Вот. Во второй части, ну, мне вначале нравилось, там от Шерлока прикольная игруха, я бы ждала. Еще какой-то там, я не помню. Ну там пазлы, я сказала, что это не особо понятно. Пару игрух по сюжету надо оценить. Там геймплей особо такой. Чисто кнопки нажимать. Остальное чисто так. Чисто просто посмотрела. Не скажу, что прямо у меня где-то тут какие-то эти. Побежала в магазин. Константин, не надо ни в какой магазин ехать, чтобы в Epic Store зайти. Это уже ты выдумываешь. По факту? По факту. По факту. Просто надо создать новую четку. Все. Не надо никуда ехать. Чё нет? Не надо. Ну не создавай, я тебя не уговариваю. Чувак, серьезно, чуваки, пацаны. Не хотите, не забирайте. Господи, кто вас уговаривает? Сидите без халявных игр, сидите без эксклюзивов. Кто вам мешает-то, я не пойму. Сидите. Я не уговариваю. Не нравится? Не забирайте. Проблем мне лично от этого мне от этого никаких проблем. Я не уговариваю. Я говорю, что вы можете делать как хотите. Все только будет касаться вас, ни окружающих, ни меня. Как вы только это поймете, все будет хорошо. Будет больше ака в Epic Games. Все, ребят, давайте. Всем спокойной ночи. И следующий стрим будет хрен знает когда. В ВК и Дискорде следите за анонсами.
Arrivederci.